I have
Oh,
an idea what you talk about at a
congratulations.
space conference. Specify what you talk about at a space conference.
Well, I just wanted to say congratulations with all that racket and all that money y'all making.
Yeah.
What would you talk about at a space? I mean, big thing right now is Golden
Josh.
Dome on the gov
Hey,
side.
Josh,
Go
listen,
ahead.
feel free to donate to Elijah's GoFundMe for a better mic.
Oh, well. Yeah, honestly, it sounds like you're scuba diving, my friend.
Josh, you said what? You said y'all talk about what specifically?
I don't know. On the military side, Golden Dome is a big thing right now. The Trump administration putting up a missile defense system in low Earth orbit. And then on the civil side, big stuff right now is follow-ons to the International Space Station because we're going to be deorbiting it here in the next couple of years. So there's like 3 or 4 companies that are looking to build the commercial follow-on to that. And then on the commercial side, the hot shit right now is like data centers, orbital data centers, putting AI compute in orbit. So I'm not sure I buy into that one yet, but there's a bunch of talks. It's at the Hilton here in DC all this week.
Interesting.
Which is hilarious because the White House Correspondents' Dinner shooting attempt was at the Hilton. So when I was giving a talk on Sunday, and I was like, I had to find the exact location in the hotel where the shooter got taken down. I'll post pictures in the side chat. I literally like matched it up with a specific spot in the hotel.
So with Larry, that's flat.
So the scientism believers, they get together just like the Southern Baptists of the Southern Baptist Conference.
Oh yeah, like 6 or 7 times a year. There's a bunch of conferences.
The similarity.
This one used to be in Vegas, but they moved it to DC this year so that they could have a classified session. There's no classified conference space in Vegas, but we have the ability to have those conversations in DC.
Question to the you says, how does one reckon that the earth is flat when their head is in the clouds?
What's the subject of the classified talks?
So Josh, what is your non-fallacious argument? Your non-fallacious sound argument that proves the Earth's a ball? Because surely everyone in the VC should be tracking by now that you need a sound argument to actually know anything at all, let alone to have something to say that is a sound argument to prove that you know the given conclusion, the given belief is true. So if you find yourself devoid of a sound argument, then that should give you pause to say to yourself, I actually don't know this is true. Now, you know, this is something similar. The pattern of reasoning is very similar to the Romanist Christians. You see, in their worldview with the magisterium, even though they can have erroneous reasons, logic strings, like you heard from AI, erroneous arguments to get to their conclusion, with or without a sound reason to get to their decrees, their dogmas, they're still correct and infallible.
Well,
A lot of them
it's
think like
because
that.
of what I was. Well, it's because I mean the thing is, if you're going to operate within the system, then you're going to accept certain things as axioms.
Yeah.
There's no way for you to challenge that. There's no challenge in that. You've already accepted,
Right. So long as you
you
keep
know.
holding them
They
as
don't think
controlling
they're begging
premises,
the
right?
question.
Right.
They don't
So long
think
as
they're
you keep
begging the
holding them as
question. Like
controlling
when I say,
premises.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you're right, right. They're going to do that so long as they keep holding the given beliefs as controlling premises, right, right.
There's no way to question that. They have to work within that. And when we're talking outside of that, then then they can't really, and most of the time don't have a uh doesn't appear like they want to or have a desire to uh talk to us about obviously all of the things that we've gathered, long distance observations, laser tests, information that we've gathered about, you know, what's that, radar, radio, just the litany of things. And none of that really has to do with like even though we have all of that, that still has to work within axioms that they've accepted. So they'll never be able to really question it. It's like that's why I'm like, how do you get a person who's going to a space convention? How do you get them to actually scrutinize anything? They can do it when it's another religion, but for some reason, for them, the axioms are true.
I can relate to what you're saying. Like these guys will protect it tooth and nail, and they haven't spent 5 minutes, right? Like they're just so sure, right? You can't tell them different.
You ask them, have you checked? And they say, I don't need to check. Or they'll say, like this guy, all of the things that we're talking about at the conference, you know, it's not just talk, it's about things that we're actually doing, obviously. And so that's me checking. Forget your little laser.
I would love to hear the administrator of NASA's replies to the observations and measurements, or anyone at that high level echelon in NASA. I mean, it would be nice to hear what the low level employees at NASA would have to say, but I want to hear what the heads or those closest to the head in the hierarchy would say, because of course they're running things. I also wonder if he even contemplates the existence of flat earthers and or their arguments, or if that's just not even a thing in his head at all, which I would expect actually.
Hello?
Who goes there?
A person.
Who might that person be?
Gabby?
Hi, Gabby. I'm Gregory.
Nice to meet you, Greg.
Nice to meet you, Gabby.
Yeah, like, what are you doing today? I'm still at work.
I just got off a few hours ago. I'm just chilling in here. I think I might get off in a few.
Any good combos going on right now?
Yeah, right now with you, yeah. There was some good ones before you, but yeah.
Oh, cool. Yeah. Yeah, just been busting my butt all day, picking up leaves and sweating my ass off. All my tits more than my ass. But,
Are you cleaning your house?
yeah. No, I work at a campground and we're getting ready for a bunch of like over 300 sites to be
Oh,
filled
damn.
up.
Try
So we need
again.
to
Hold on. Hold
clean
on.
up all the pine.
Because I want to hear you. Try again. Because you're being all jumbled by the fucking computer or whatever.
Robot.
All right, hold on. Let me see if I can get better signal. Okay, can you hear me?
That sounds better.
Yeah. Okay, so I work at a campground, and because there's a bunch of people that are over 300 sites are going to be filled, we have to clean up all the pine straw in this one area, and yeah, it just takes forever because the machine that usually makes it faster is broken, so we're all doing it by hand with like rakes and shovels and shit.
Interesting. I just came from
Yeah.
camping, you could say, out in the field
Nice.
with my company.
Big camping weekend coming up here, Memorial Day.
Nice. Y'all should come to Virginia Beach and camp.
Me and like several dozen other soldiers out in the field.
That would be fun. I'm used to soldiers. I live in a military area, so it makes sense.
Yeah.
I was gonna say I got family in Portsmouth. It's like the largest military metropolis US, like where the main source of income is the U.S. government.
Dogs of the military. Shit, I didn't want to join when I saw how low it paid. I'm like, damn, I'll be better off working at McDonald's or Walmart. I guess if you get far up, though, there's a lot of potential, right?
Yeah, you get a good
It's
pension
kind of
too
like
if you stay in long
counterbalanced.
enough.
Yeah, it's counterbalanced by all the expenses you
What
don't
the heck?
have, especially if you're in active duty.
Exactly.
Wait,
Like,
you said
housing.
joining the army was bad pay?
No, I said when I was considering joining the army, it wasn't enough to change my life. Like, it would have been easier, quicker to make what I needed at the time by just working Walmart or McDonald's.
Well, that may be the case individually, but you often can get bonuses, and after about 16 to 18 months, you get a certain rank. You can actually live off base, and then you can get what's known as BH and BAS. So that's like an extra $1,400 a month that comes in. Plus, you've already ranked up, so you're making like $3+ grand per month, plus all your benefits. Plus, you can start buying properties and rent them out. So it's not too bad, but it does take like a year and a half to really get up there.
Yeah.
At least. Usually doesn't happen that fast.
Oh wow. Yeah. Well, I ended up taking cuckoo person medicine, so I'm pretty sure I'm disqualified now.
Well, you know what they say: the easiest way to have a military career is marry a military career man.
It is a
Listen, I'll just be
challenge.
honest with you. If I was a girl, I'd never work a day in my life. To be fair, promise you that.
Not in the same
What is
sense
wrong
that
with
your
this
husband
thing?
will.
There we go.
Spouses do have to
I'm
tolerate
riding on a golf
how
cart.
spouses do have to tolerate how inconvenient, especially active duty, can be for them.
Depends. So on
It
bases,
varies.
there's like a cadre of wives that actually help each other out, and they're not like the dirtbag wives who just cheat on their husbands all the time. And they actually have like this whole community. They watch each other's kids. They do all this kind of stuff. They're like the highbrow wives.
At best, right? At best. Of course, the better decisions you make, the better experience you'll have.
The thing about a military career, like obviously you have to survive if you're in any kind of combat. But you could switch out from combat after a few years, get like an MOS that's more like almost a desk job or like a mechanic job and all these different things. You could actually turn that into useful skills for other sectors, or you could ride out your 18 to 20 years and retire and then go into the other sector.
Yeah.
So it's not an absolutely horrible
Uh,
career choice if it's something you feel you want to or need to do. It definitely will take care of you your whole life if you do it properly.
I was gonna say my boss currently. My boss currently did exactly that. He was a colonel in the Air Force and got his full pension and then joined the private sector afterwards.
Dude, there were guys in my unit that, so we were basically at the 4-year mark of them being in. They chose technical jobs in the military. So rather than picking like a specific combat MOS or something, they chose like air conditioning mechanic or something. And so they basically had 2 years, so about 6 months or so of basic and military training, and then about a year and a half of technical training. So basically free technical training while you're getting paid. And then they only had to service for 2 years. And then after they got out, so they had one deployment.
Good.
And then after they got out, they were immediately being hired by companies, which were basically scouting them straight out of the Army. Offered them crazy salaries. Like one guy got offered to be like, I don't know if he was a leader or not, but like high-rise buildings have like an entire floor that's air conditioning floor. So he went to work for one of those, and he got over $100 grand starting salary. After getting free training, free experience, and free job hunting, because they were hunting him, not the other way around. And you know what's the most interesting part about being an air conditioning mechanic in the Army is they get to tell you the secret technology. For example, there's an air conditioner that doesn't even have a compressor. The gas, it's a non-containered compressor. It's freaking awesome. So what it does is the gas just like floats in the middle and is pressurized. and then when it goes over to the other side, it gets into a lower pressure and expands, and then that cools, and then it goes back to the containerless container. It's pretty interesting. Super secret technology.
I assume your NDE is a NDE. I said that wrong. NDA is expired by now, I guess.
Yeah. So that's proof of gas pressure without a container. Just my anecdotal nonsense story that I made up on the spot.
You know what I wanted to say? I said NDE, right? That's because I had Transformers stuck in my fucking head because he's talking about MBE1.
Oh, the alien supposedly.
Talk about Megatron.
Oh yeah.
Eli, what are you talking through? Not that you're talking right now, but like, what when you do speak, what are you talking through?
Mayonnaise.
I'm like, I know that man got more money now.
That's a racist joke. If I said it.
Oh, see what I'm saying, bro? We could call him any insult we want, and he can't clap back.
I'm
Are
just
you talking
talking
through your
through
phone?
when I say I'm good, I'm talking through my phone.
Man, I think you just
We
said
can't
2 seconds
understand
ago,
you,
I'm talking
brother.
through my headset.
Like music. All of my
Gregory, he
headsets.
has a decent mic setup. He can switch to it at almost any time.
Because I've heard him clearly before in recent weeks.
Well, listen, I'm not exactly one to talk. Like I have a good mic setup that I don't use that often. So
Sound clear, right? Like
All
clear.
it's called doing other stuff.
It's called being busy, mother. It's called I got bills to pay.
dude, I went through like all kinds of headsets, dude. Even like really expensive headsets made for truckers, which are like super noise canceling, super sensitive mics. Like nothing worked. It was purely random whether it was good quality or not for with any kind of Bluetooth headset.
Yep, there doesn't matter how much you spend, you'll suck.
Yeah, I heard that. I heard yep. I heard yep. I heard everything else, but I heard yep.
The best headsets were the Wi-Fi direct headsets. The Bluetooth sucks.
Now, funnily enough, my headset with the boom mic is connected by Bluetooth to my laptop right now. But I sound clear, right?
Yeah, you're fine.
Yep, you're fine. We just got to get that implant from Elon. Everything will be fine after the implant.
Amen, brother.
You mean crypto Tony Stark?
100%, man.
Yeah.
He got the tech. Just needs the investors. No, wait. He invests himself. He's good.
You want my toys? You can't
And
have
that
them.
the SpaceX IPO this summer is going to be nuts.
Well, I'm hoping that Oprah gets on the idea. That way it'll be an earpiece for you. An earpiece for you. Everybody gets an earpiece.
Come on, look under your seats. Look under your seats.
No, it would be more like, hey guys, so for the sake of humanity, even though we're gazillionaires, We just want to ask you for what you have at this time of need. Could you spare to we really don't give a fuck about you.org? It would really be appreciated.
Right?
The
And
Rock
she's in
says
front of the
hello.
couch, right? She's standing up in front of the audience, in front of the couch. The shot is zoomed up on her torso, pretty much her shoulders and her head, right there, with Oprah right there in the background on the big ass TV behind her. I could just see the scene right now, with occasional
Hey,
cuts to looking at the audience.
who's watched K-Pax, the movie?
Recognize that one.
Okay, so it's with Kevin Spacey, and
I was gonna
allegedly, here's what
say, yep.
happens.
Oops.
Allegedly, an alien possesses his body, right? Because somehow the aliens can like possess the human body, and so he starts to act differently a little bit. He starts to get like smarter to a degree, and he starts telling everyone he's K-Pax, the alien or something, or Newt or whatever it is. Maybe he's from the planet K-Pax. I don't know. But the moral of the story is that he's basically in an insane asylum to a degree, or some kind of medical facility where his body and brain are very injured, and then the alien takes over his body, supposedly. And so these guys are studying him, and they're seeing all these interesting things that happen to him, and they're like, "Well, we can't really believe that he's being, that he's actually an alien from another world." Until in one scene, some of the guys are in a planetarium, and he goes to the planetarium, and they're like, "Oh, where's your home world or whatever?" And he does some math or whatever and zooms in on this area, and he says, "Oh, this is my home world." And he kind of like does a prediction, like, "This is my home world because of this anomaly of this orbit of this thing," right? And so then when they see that is correct, they're like, "Oh wow, there's no way he could have known that. Therefore, he must be an alien from that star system," right? So this is the kind of reasoning that will be employed with the retarded human population when they allegedly unveil any kind of alien, right? It's going to be some kind of thing, and they're going to say, "Oh, it came from this world," and the reason we know it came from this world is because it told us that there was this orbit that we could finally see with some telescope now, and then people are going to think that that's proof that this thing came all the way from there in the giant cosmic sea, even though the physics of actually traveling from there to here are practically impossible. The alien retard won't have to present any of that evidence to the human population, which is twice as retarded, because the human population is so indoctrinated with sci-fi nonsense that they could be told, "Oh, look, these three pixels are flashing red and green. Therefore, I came from this planet."
Why'd you go to a movie? It sounds better when you tell it from Einstein's point of view and gravitational lensing, and how they calculated where these planets that they at the time didn't know existed could view. They just knew because of these orbits of other things that there was something there, and because of this math, oh lo and behold, yada yada
Okay,
yada.
I have a good point
That's
for flat
why.
Earth, bro.
That's the answer why, Big Daddy, because what you just said is something that the average person may not consider.
Why did you call him Big
That
Daddy?
a hold on, brother. Holy crap, dude! Because that's his screen name. Well, wow. Can you put two and two together, buddy? All right, check this out. So the average person isn't going to reason the way you just did, thinking, "Oh, wait a minute, a ground-based observer from Earth could have made that same prediction." So you didn't actually have to be from that star system to let us know that. See what I'm saying, Elijah?
Bro, can I
It's
ask
very
one thing?
specious reasoning that they're going to present as evidence. Yeah, go ahead.
If the Earth is round, then why is my shoe flat?
What?
I
Hey,
said
listen, if you
I
want to
made a
ask a
valid
question,
point,
you
bro.
have to compose yourself. Hold on, brother. Listen, you have to compose yourself long enough to the end of the question. Then you can laugh.
Yeah,
All right, go
I'm
ahead.
sorry, my bad. I asked, like, if the Earth is round, then why is my shoe flat?
You wanted to interrupt so bad. Oh my god. You
Yeah,
did.
you're right, bro.
He really was itching to LARP.
Your
I
dad
was
is.
itching, bro.
It's actually funnier that you got cut off after you said your dad.
shoe flat. Why are skateboard shoes flat? I don't know, because they're designed to grip a skateboard. Or why are the Converse All Stars flat? I don't know, because they're designed to grip a floor that's flat. I mean, come on now.
Okay.
See what I mean,
you're
Elijah?
all
These are the
flat
kind
earthers,
of
right?
people's reasoning these are the kind of
Nah,
people's
bro.
reasoning that are going to be convinced that some weird looking
Right.
thing is from another distant world.
I want to learn, bro. I want to learn why the Earth is flat. I'm just wondering, like, will you
No,
not
you
fall off
don't
if
want to
you're on the
Yeah,
learn.
edge?
no
You're
worries.
not even genuinely seeking an answer. You really aren't.
I'm
You're hung
Who
on pictures of
cares? Just treat him as
space.
if he is.
just
Listen, just
asking,
treat him
bro.
as if he is and do exposition from our position.
Right. So
So
question for Guan or whatever how you say your name. What's the evidence that you think this place is a ball, Guan? Is it because they told you it's a ball? NASA said, "Hey, it's a ball," so you believe them?
It's
like,
not what AI
That's
is
fair
doing.
enough.
I mean that's I have been told that, and I joined this Discord to maybe, I don't know, refresh, like, broaden my horizon, my flat horizon.
Yeah, you
Right. So
want to know the flat earther's position, right? You don't want to know
Yes.
how to assail your own position, right?
I want to know, like, if you're on the edge of the world, like, can you not fall off?
if you have any pictures or proof or evidence of there being an edge, please present it.
I mean,
Because there's
Well,
no
hold on,
nobody. I
brother.
don't think
No,
there's
hold
anybody in
on. See,
here.
we already fucked up. No, listen, we
How,
already fucked up.
what are you
Okay,
talking
the
about?
question that was on the table originally was he wanted to know why we think the Earth is flat. So rather than answer that question, we flipped it to, well, you tell me how you know the Earth is a globe. And now we're
I don't
talking
know.
about edges of Earth when we had a perfect opportunity to just tell them our position unabated.
Yeah, please tell me.
Yeah, but
I'm
it
not
sounds
saying.
at this point, AI, after further questioning how he's responding, that we may potentially be putting pearls before swine. So this is why I want to
Well,
understand
who
what is
cares?
his
Listen,
position and understanding.
if he's swine, true story. If he's swine, it's irrelevant because the audience isn't swine, right? The other
Oh
people
my,
aren't
touche.
swine. They might want to know the position.
But I have never said that the Earth is round. I'm just wondering.
No, with your
Hey, you-
giggling and laughing, we were able to figure out exactly what you were attempting to broaden your horizons regarding.
Okay,
Go ahead,
all right,
AI.
that's fine and all, but we're still missing the opportunity to tell them our position. So, for the love of God, the next person who takes the mic tells them our position, or you're getting fucking banned.
Guayan. What's up,
Yes.
dude?
Hello, my
Oh,
friend.
All right. So
he's getting banned.
have you looked into the topic before? Have you been in this channel before?
Like, not on this channel. So, I mean, I have a broad idea about what you guys believe in, but I may be wrong. So I rather go directly to the source, right, and ask.
Right. So when you talk about the edge, right? Maybe you're thinking of a flat planet, and
Yeah,
if you go to the edge of the flat planet, you could fall off.
yeah. I mean, that's what I believe when, like, the
Yeah.
Earth is flat. Like,
Right.
do you feel like?
So we don't. Yeah, we don't claim that, right? We're not claiming the Earth is a flat planet, but I understand why you would think that because that's what you see in the memes. That's what That's what you think about because we all grew up with this idea of being on a planet floating in space, and then you hear about flat Earth, and then you just change the globe to a flat planet, and that's what people think flat Earthers claim, but it's not like that, right? We're not trying to put the flat Earth inside the globe model, if you know what I mean, right? Completely
Yeah.
different way of thinking about it. We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth, right? Flat is not a shape. Flat is the description of a surface, right? And most of the surface area of the Earth that we know about is covered in water. And when we go out and test for the curvature over the surface of the water, it's not curving, right? Just like we experience when we go to the water and check and just look at it, right? It looks like it's not curving, but they tell us that we're so small and the Earth's so big that it just looks flat, right? But we actually go and measure for the curvature that should be there. And when we check, it's not there.
Okay. Have you checked?
Yeah. So there's tons and tons of different tests that have been done, and I went and did some tests for myself just to verify it for myself, because I conveniently lived on a giant lake in Australia, and I was able to do some tests for myself, just for my own personal verification. But there's a lot of very well documented tests where people have gone out and, for example, they're able to see a distant shoreline over a lake 21 miles away. And that shoreline would have to be hidden behind hundreds and hundreds of feet of curvature if the Earth was a globe. That's just one example.
Yeah. So what is the shape of the Earth then?
I have no idea. Yeah, I don't think anyone truly knows the entire shape, and when people think about a shape, they're thinking about just a general shape, right? Like a square, a rectangle, a triangle, a sphere,
But
something
shouldn't
like
it be
that.
like in?
But
I mean, like,
go ahead.
shouldn't there be a way, like in Minecraft, when you go all the way to the left, and like you will one day, like you reach like the far lands or something? Isn't
The
it
edge of the
like
map.
that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That could well be the case. Absolutely. But yeah, we haven't traveled
They've
there.
always done it before, and you know, the old maps called America the New Lands, so that's already happened. That happens. It's a thing.
But they said the Earth is a globe. Like the guy wanted to go to India, and then there was like America in the middle.
Yeah, well, he messed up his path, didn't he? I mean, he thought the Earth was much smaller, a small globe, right? He thought the radius was much smaller than what they claim it is now.
Yeah, I mean, like America can't
And
be the edge. I think can't be the edge of the
it's
world.
an
Like,
edge. It's an edge. Generally, if you go traveling, I mean, like the edges of the continents are edges. Okay, but what happens if you were to keep going away from the north in a straight line? I can't confirm anyone that's actually kept going away from the north in a straight line to see what happens if you keep going, right? If you were on a globe and you kept going, you would come back around and come back to where you started, right? But nobody's done that, which is interesting.
sure.
Yeah, no one's just kept going south from the north and then done a circle and come back
Yeah,
around to where they started.
but didn't people went like from the west to the east or vice versa?
Yeah. Yeah, west to
So
east is possible on a flat Earth or a globe Earth.
how?
Because east and west are circles around the north or around a pole, right? Like if you get a flat table and you put a magnet down on the table and you get a compass, if you want to go east, right, you're going to go around around the magnet, and you're going to come back to where you started again, and you've just done a circle, because east and west are circles. So if you're on a globe, you can do that same thing, or if you're on a flat Earth, you can do that same thing. But what you wouldn't be able to do on that flat table that I'm just talking about is if you go south on that compass, right, you're not going to be able to come back to where you started again,
But
because that
wouldn't that
wouldn't be
work?
possible.
But wouldn't that work in only like if you say like the Earth is like a flat table, and like you can just like like if you cross the Pacific or something, you are still like on a flat table. Like I don't know how to explain it, but doesn't it work like only in one like in to one pole? Like you can't circle on a flat table like the North Pole and the South Pole. Do you get what I
Well,
mean?
no, I mean, your compass is going to point to the north, to the
Yeah, but
magnetic north. And
it can
if you
also
want to go
point to
east,
the south.
sorry, say that again.
But yeah, but like the compass can also point to the south. So how does that work? I mean, like,
Well, the compass doesn't point to the south. I mean, it points the pin on the magnet is drawn towards the north.
What?
Yeah,
yeah, but they're
magnets
like,
point towards the north.
okay,
Yeah.
but like from
So
that way you
all I'm
can
trying to
still
explain
see.
is that if
Okay.
you want to go east, right? If you get a compass, it's going to point to the north, right? And if you want to go east, you're going to have to keep turning, right, and recorrecting to the north, and that's going to make a circle.
So how can you circle around the South Pole then?
No one's ever done that. No one's done a circumnavigation around the South Pole.
Because there is
There
no
are no
South Pole.
antipodes.
This is the point, right? Walk out the idea just like a dartboard, circumnavigation. You can circumnavigate the North Pole just like a bullseye on a dartboard around the flat surface of a dartboard, right? But once you get to the out of bounds circle, guess what? That's all south because it's in opposition to north. And you want to go,
But I,
you don't want to go to the south region because that's out of bounds. Go ahead.
but I think the problem he's having is like it's a red herring, but um, he's considering the um flat Earth still as a circle, and so he doesn't understand. Like, okay, well, how would that work in the South then? Because you have, everything doing what it's doing in the South. So he's really trying to ask about that and square that in his mind.
Yeah, he thinks there's a
Like,
ball, right?
well, well, right now he thinks that, in conclusion, like, we're dealing with the AE map or whatever. So he's like, that doesn't work. It doesn't work, but we're not making a claim to how it does work. But what we're saying is if it were a globe, though, you'd be able to go south and then end up north again. And it's just funny that that's happened.
So do
Because
you
that's
have like a map or something? Like a flat map or something?
no, all the maps are flat.
Yeah, okay, but I mean like, do
No,
you have
nobody
like,
has a whole projection of the entire Earth in here. No, we're not map makers.
so maybe there's like a second America, right? We haven't reached yet.
But the point is, no one's flown to the south and gone back north to prove that you're, circling a sphere. And as far as maps go, we already told you that we don't know the shape of the Earth. So the question remains, why are we here then? And why is our information meaningful? Because again, you did ask us why we're saying it's flat. So again, it's still on us to provide some information at the moment.
Okay, I see.
But look, this is the main thing that you need to think about. If the Earth is a globe, then the water should be curving, and if we can go out and test for that curvature and it's not there, that wouldn't be possible on a globe,
What do you mean it's not
right?
there?
Like,
The curvature's not there.
yeah, like if we go to just say we go to a lake or a section of the ocean and it's 20 miles, right? We can we have some markers, right? And we know it's 20 miles across this lake or it's 20 miles across this section of the ocean. Over that distance, there has to be a certain amount of curvature on the globe, right? There has to be 266
How
feet of
much?
curvature, 266 feet, which is about 80 meters, which
Okay.
is kind of like a 27-story skyscraper building, right? Like let me put it this way: if I was standing on one side of a 20-mile lake and there was a 25-story building on the other side of the lake, I shouldn't be able to see the building, even though it's a giant building. It should be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. But when we go and test for that curvature, I can zoom in and I can see the skyscraper, right? I can see the bottom of the building touching the ground as well. So that curvature that would have to be there isn't there.
Okay. So may
And
I ask,
this is
like,
yep.
yeah, like all the GPS and everything, are they like a big conspiracy? Like all the airlines, and are
Well,
they
not
all lying or?
necessarily. Well, not necessarily. I mean, the aircraft themselves are designed to fly over a flat stationary Earth, right? A plane is designed to fly over a plane, and the aerospace engineers that design the planes clearly
They are
state
flat
in
earthers.
the manuals that they, well, not necessarily. They say it's for simplification purposes, for practicality, that they just assume the Earth is flat and not moving, which is
You
interesting.
sure?
I'm not saying that's, yeah, yeah. I can provide you with the tons and tons of citations and documents, like the FAA Flight Dynamics Summary. It says that they treat the Earth as flat and stationary for all of their calculations. Even the NASA manuals say the same thing. And we've got all of those links that we can share with you. I mean, Drace just put one in the side chat, right? This is a flight dynamics summary, and it basically says right there. So making assumptions. So they assume that there is a flat Earth, that the Earth's curvature is 0, that there is a non-rotating Earth, no Coriolis accelerations, etc. And this is consistent, right? He's shared a NASA document there as well that says the same thing. So isn't it interesting that even if these people think it's a globe, they have to treat it as flat in order to design their aircrafts? Now, you mentioned GPS, right? We've got coordinate systems that we use, which are convenient to use, and these are spherical coordinate systems, right? But they're spherical coordinate systems based off the sky, based off the celestial sphere,
Okay,
not
but
the
may I ask,
actual. Yeah, yeah, go
if
ahead.
NASA already knows what's the truth, why even all like having all this big cover up? Like, what's the point of it?
I think that most of the people that work for NASA, honestly, think the Earth's a globe. And I think NASA is lying about space travel.
Yeah, but
Like, I think they faked the Apollo missions, and lying about space travel doesn't necessarily mean that you've tested the Earth to be flat or to be a globe, right? I think that's just deception in relation to the space race or whatever the reason might be that they decided to fake the moon landings and that kind of thing. A lot of their
yeah,
imagery is just blatant CGI as well.
but doesn't every astronaut ever in human history have to be like in on it? Like the Soviets, the Americans, and like, I don't know, Japanese, Chinese, and I just wonder, like, what's the point of it all? To like say the Earth, like say the Earth
Yeah,
is round.
well, it shows the world, right? The people of the world, right? The governments thrive on control, right? On domination, on um basically like you know the space race between the Americans and the Soviets. Okay, and then
Yes,
I think America faked the moon landings to win that space race, and then they get to be
sure.
seen as a country that is the most advanced country that can do what no other country can do, and that's that type of thing, right? That generates power, and
Yeah, sure, but
well, yeah,
yeah, sure, but the Soviets
look,
also were
look,
in space. Like the first guy who
yeah,
ever went
yeah,
to space was a Russian. So why were they also saying that the Earth is round when it's flat actually?
well, they seem to Russia. I mean, you know, they're meant to be enemies, right? But they seem to be working quite well together when it comes to space travel. I mean,
You
they
think
share
so?
training facilities. Yeah, well, they share the ISS, okay,
Bro,
and
like when the
when there
first
was,
Russian when the first Russian Soviet, like when the Soviet guy, like what was his name? I don't know, Yuri Gagagov or whatever. Like when he went to space,
Mhm.
he must have seen that like the Earth is flat or it's not round. So I
Well,
wonder
there's a
like,
Russian. Well, listen to this, right? There's a Russian cosmonaut, an old guy. I forget exactly what his name is, but he did an interview recently, and he said if anyone tells you that men have been or that man has been to outer space, they're lying to you. Right? He said that. I can share the interview. There's a Polish astronaut that said that the Earth's flat. The head of the Russian space agency, Roscosmos, I forget his name because it's Russian. It's hard to pronounce, but you can look it up, right? He said that America faked the moon landings as well, and he got in trouble for that. So,
yeah. Do you know Felix
you know,
Baumgartner?
yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Is he also faking it?
No, 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 no. So that he went up to 129,000 feet.
Yeah.
Okay, and he used a GoPro camera, and
Mm-hmm.
GoPros are a wide angle lens.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, just before he jumped out of the capsule, there's a
Okay.
camera inside the capsule that's not a fisheye lens, and it shows a flat horizon. Okay, and then he jumps out, and you can see the crazy curvature of the Earth. So much curvature that you wouldn't see that much curvature from that height. In fact, all of the land that you can see is the state of New Mexico.
Yeah,
And
sure,
then
but
while he's jumping,
okay.
but listen one second. While he's jumping and the camera's panning around, you can see the horizon going from curved, and then all of a sudden it'll be curving the wrong way, depending on whether the horizon is below the center of the frame or above the center of the frame. So it's just a fisheye lens. And even Neil deGrasse Tyson, the astrophysicist, one of the most famous astrophysicist celebrity type characters, right? He did a video where he was actually complaining about how deceptive it was and saying that from that height, you would not see the curvature of the Earth. From that height, the Earth would look flat. It's not high enough to see the curvature. And he has a video where he talks about that. He takes a beach ball out on the stage. He says, you would not see the curvature of the Earth from 2 millimeters above this beach ball. He's like, it's deceptive marketing. From that height, that stuff is flat, right? That's what he said, word for word, pretty much.
Felix
So yeah,
Baumgart? No.
no, Neil deGrasse Tyson, astrophysicist, saying that he did the calculations and you wouldn't see any curvature from that height. He even said from double that height, more than double that height, you still wouldn't see the curvature, right? And if you look at amateur balloon footage from that height, you don't see the curvature like that, right? He's using a fisheye lens that was sponsored by GoPro. GoPro lenses are a very low focal length action camera, and
Yes.
even if you look at the footage, even when he's close to the ground, you can
I'm
see
watching
the
it right
ground.
now.
Yeah. So you'll be able to look through it. You'll be able to pause it, and you'll see the horizon curving all over the place, even when he's too close to the ground, where you shouldn't see any curvature anyway.
But he's seeing like the edge of the planet.
No, that's
Doesn't it
just the
by
horizon, right?
necessity?
The horizon's
Okay.
just a circle around the observer. I've probably got some
Okay.
screenshots. Here we go. Red Bull
Okay,
jump.
but like
I got a folder here.
I'd argue there's like an incredible amount of like people who already went to space, and I just wonder, like it's hard to wrap my head around that like they are all, even if they are like the Soviets and the Americans, they had war with each other, or space race or whatever, and like China, they are like also their own fraction, and like all of those people, regardless of each other, independent individuals, they all came together to lie about that, to make this huge conspiracy. And I wonder, like, what's
No, that's the point. They're not lying. Like, even if
Not
they
really
could go
telling.
up there and they could see it from that height, they are told that the Earth should look like this if it were a globe. So the Earth looks flat to them, and they think, I'm seeing the globe.
Yeah, in other words, our position doesn't entail everyone is lying, like they know the truth and they're just deciding to say a falsehood to control people's minds. No, the vast majority, virtually damn near every human, is deluded, they're deceived. They sincerely believe this false doctrine, this
Yeah,
whole
the
false
only
worldview.
people who would have to be lying would be the so-called moon astronauts. However, they could also not be lying and just be convinced that they went on this journey because of CIA MK Ultra. We don't know.
Right, so just delete the notion that our position is they're all lying. Delete that. Right.
so is the ISS? What do you like? How do you explain that?
So there's
Well, let's jump back
machines that fly high
to
above the earth.
Yeah, and they
sorry,
have fish
Gregory.
lands,
I just
or
wanted to yeah, well, okay, just quickly just go back a second, right? Because you said there's been all of these people that have been to space. Well, in reality, only 28 people have even claimed to have left low Earth orbit and gone up high enough to see the curvature of the Earth, right? And that's Apollo. That's the Apollo astronauts, most of them 50 years ago, and just recently with the Artemis crew, right? So not many people have gone up there. It's just the Americans that you have to trust NASA. Same people that faked the Apollo mission,
and
right?
the Chinese, they have their own space station.
We'll look at the footage that Drace has just posted in the side chat of the Chinese footage, right? They're showing you a flat horizon from their space station right there. That completely conflicts with the footage that you're getting shown from the from the International Space Station. And what you'll notice about the International Space Station footage is that the only footage they give you when they're doing their live streams that you can see the horizon, right? The horizon's above the center of the frame. And what type of lens are they using? I think they're using a 35 millimeter lens or something like that, right? So if the horizon's above the center of the frame, you'd be expecting to see distortion, and you shouldn't see that much
Oh,
curvature from that height anyway.
even on the Chinese video, you can see the curvature. Have you seen the
No,
video?
Yeah, in the original video, they have multiple cameras. Some of them are fisheye, some of them are not.
But
yeah, exactly.
bro,
So you're seeing conflicting, right? You're seeing conflicting curvature, right? All of a sudden, you
okay.
can see like 2/3 of the globe, and then all of a sudden, the next camera you can see flat, and then and that goes against the ISS footage as well, okay? Because that's a different amount of curvature, right? It's not like the Earth is changing shape, changing size, or anything like that, right? What you're seeing is footage that conflicts with other footage. You can't have both, right? You can't have it switch all of a sudden there's crazy curvature, and then you switch to a different camera and then there's no curvature, right? It doesn't work like that. You can't have both. So obviously there's some lens effects going on in the footage, if it's real, which I don't think it is, right? But you think it is, right? So I'm just pointing out that there's conflicting footage in those. And if you look into the ISS footage in general, they've been caught using all sorts of special effects, green screens, augmented reality, using harnesses and cables and getting tangled in them, right? And all sorts of glitches showing that they're using layering, green screens, hairspray. There's 6-hour compilations showing NASA bloopers where they're messing things up. So you can believe it if you want, but they have mock-up versions of these things on the Earth, right? It's not difficult to fake that type of footage. They can fake that type of footage in movies very easily. They can even fake it in TV shows. 10 years ago, 20 years ago, they could fake that footage in TV shows, like The Big Bang Theory. So it's not difficult for them to fabricate that footage.
Sure, but yeah.
Well, if the Earth doesn't have that curvature, then obviously it's not a globe, right? It would have to have that curvature there at ground level if it's a globe. It's not possible to have 20 miles of flat water on a globe. Anywhere on the globe, it's not possible due to the way that they say gravity works and how big the globe is, right? Anywhere on the globe, if you have 20 miles of water, you have to have about 80 meters of curvature over that distance, 266 feet.
I don't get that. How do you mean like the water should be like curved?
Yeah, like if you're standing at the ocean.
You don't understand that?
So if you're standing at the
ocean,
yes, that's all right. I'll explain it in an easier way, right? So if you're standing at the ocean and you're on a globe, the water should be curving away from you over distance. Now, they tell us that the horizon should be at 3 miles if you're 6 foot tall, 3 miles away, 5 kilometers away. Now, if once something like, let's say now there's a boat that's right in front of you and the boat's going to sail away out into the ocean. Once the boat gets past 3 miles, the bottom of the boat should start to disappear behind the curvature.
And you think that's not happening?
No, it's not happening, right? Because we can go to the ocean and we can see a boat that's over 20 kilometers out into the ocean. We can see the whole boat, but the whole boat should be hidden behind 30 meters of curvature if the Earth's a globe. We can see things that are way further than you should be able to see consistently, right? Like the horizon should be at 3 miles, but we can see the horizon at 20 miles away, 30 miles away.
I sent a video in the chat. Is it also fish lens? Because it's like a ship that appears to be sinking due to Earth's curvature.
Welcome to the empty horizon.
Yeah, so I'll check this because usually these ones are very easy to explain. So it's an 11-minute. Oh, sorry, that's sorry, which one did you put? You put one underneath Dr. Copentin's.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
18 minutes.
All right, I'm clicking into it. All right, I know, but we can go over it and
Bro,
debunk
the video
it
is 20
because,
seconds.
Oh yeah. Okay, cool. Right, so this one's very easy to debunk. Okay, so if you have a look at the footage, right, I'll take screenshots. All right, so here's the first screenshot. Okay, take a look at the bottom of the boat. Now, miraging effects happen. Okay, you know what mirages are?
Yes.
There's different types of mirages. Right? Okay, so if we have a look at the back of the boat, you can see those windows, those thin windows on the back of the boat. Also just take notice of the size of the boat as well, right? How tall it is. It looks abnormally tall here, showing that there could be a bit of stretching, which is called towering. But just take a look at the bottom of the boat there, right? So this is sped up. So now all of a sudden, okay, so I've just gone a few seconds further forward in the footage. Take another screenshot. paste it. Now you're going to start seeing some warping at the bottom of the boat. Right now, all of a sudden, we see those
What do you
windows
mean
have
whopping?
stretched. Huh?
Whopping? What do you say whopping?
Yeah, warping means to be distorting. They're actually stretching because there's miraging effect going on, right? So that bottom section of the boat is actually mirrored, right? There's a mirror layer. And what that indicates is that we have an inferior mirage situation happening here, which means that the light is actually deviating upward a bit, creating that mirroring layer. And that also causes things to look like they're sinking into the horizon. Right, so I'm just going to go forward a little bit more in the footage, because what you're going to see in a minute is those windows actually keep changing more and more. Okay, so now, just a few seconds further into the footage, the windows have actually, they look like they've changed position. So Jager Bruno just put another example of that happening on a bridge as well. Right, so now we can see the windows are changing again and again. And if you actually look, you can see the windows disappearing and reappearing. Okay. Now look, all of a sudden, those windows at the bottom of the ship, wow, now the windows are completely gone, right? They've vanished. But if you keep going, right, they come back again. Okay. There's miraging effects taking place here. So this isn't an image that would be useful to say that this is the curvature of the Earth, when we can see a miraging effect taking place. Now, what I'm going to do, right?
But you can see that on everything that is in the distance.
Well, we can see.
So by that
we can
logic,
see
you can't trust your eyes.
Well, this is the thing, right? We can go out on days where we don't have the miraging effects, and we can zoom in on ships that are 20 kilometers out into the ocean that you shouldn't even be able to see, right? But on this particular day, we have a miraging effect called sinking, right? It's like a inferior mirage. So I've just gone to Google right now, and I'm typing in, what is sinking refraction, right? It's a mild version of an inferior mirage. Okay, so sinking refraction, or simply sinking, is an atmospheric optical phenomenon where distant objects normally visible above the horizon appear to be lowered, compressed, or hidden from view. Right, so that's exactly what we're seeing in the image. We're seeing a whole range of different atmospheric effects taking place. I could get more into the technical details of how they work and which miraging effects that we can see here, but you can see that there's a bunch of warping of the bottom of the boat. And as you keep watching the footage, you'll notice that it actually stretches, the bottom gets compressed, there's towering, there's stooping, there's a whole bunch of effects taking place in this, right? So this wouldn't be good evidence that the Earth's a globe, because this, even just the mainstream, right, even just on Google says, I'll read it one more time, just the important bit, right? An atmospheric optical phenomena where distant objects normally visible, right? So normally they would be visible above the horizon, but then if you have this effect, then they appear to be lowered or completely hidden behind the horizon. Okay, so this is just an optical effect. It's not something that's actually hidden. Right, so these are things that you need to take into consideration when you're looking at ships over the horizon. Right, when people first used the argument of ships over the horizon 500 years ago or something like that, okay, they didn't understand optics. They didn't understand these things. They didn't have these amazing zoom cameras where they can zoom right in and actually see that there's miraging effects taking place. And what you would find is, if you knew the height of the camera, then you shouldn't be able to see as much of the ship as you should be able to see anyway, right? Like if you're 6 foot above the water surface, the horizon should be just 3 miles away. And then that's the horizon line, right? You shouldn't be able to see any more water past the horizon line. So that's why we've gone out and we've done tests where we actually know the distance to something, right? Like we can see an oil platform out in the ocean. Then we can go on Google Maps and we can say, okay, what's the name of this oil platform? Okay, it's platform habitat. What's the distance to have platform habitat? Okay, it's 10 miles away. And then we can go set up a camera at the shoreline and just say, okay, we've set the camera up at 1 foot height above the water. On a globe, the horizon should be at just over a mile. And the bottom 46 feet or something like that of the oil platform should be hidden behind the horizon. but we can zoom in and we can see the whole platform touching the
Okay.
water,
So
and we can see the horizon beyond it.
is this also like a just effect? What
An
I sent?
effect?
Or like to
Oh,
keep it short, like from what I understood, everything
yeah.
whenever you are in space and you see like a round Earth, it's a fish lens. And whenever you see like when you're like on the
Well,
seashore
not
and you
necessarily.
see like a ship appears to be sinking to the curvature of the Earth, it's actually not sinking or like going behind the curve, but it's like some miracle effect and whatnot, right?
Mirage. Can be a miraging
Mirage.
effect. It can also be
And it's
caused by.
completely
It can
it
also be
completely
caused.
sinks to the mirage.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
it vanishes.
That's what the definition of the mirage actually states happens,
But
right?
shouldn't
So
it be
maybe
like
if someone's making a claim,
mhm.
it doesn't always happen. Most of the time, you can zoom in and you can see the whole ship again. Okay, only sometimes you have this miraging effect. Most of the time, the ship will just get smaller and smaller and smaller until you can't see it anymore. And then you can zoom in and you can see the whole ship. I can show you footage of that, right? Days where we don't have the miraging effects. And then other days, sometimes it can just be by ocean waves, right? Waves out in the ocean can make it look like the bottom of the ship's missing. So that's another thing that you need to take into account as well, right? Like right at the start of this footage, I can see the horizon line isn't perfectly straight. I can see swells, right? Ocean swells, which are waves out in the ocean. But I'll have a look through the footage quickly. And yeah, once again in this footage, I've just gone forward a bit, right? So we need to know what the height of the observer is, and we need to know how big the waves are, and we need to know what the atmospheric conditions are doing, because this perfectly matches the definition of sinking refraction. Now, what I did was I skipped forward a bit more in the video, and I can see that there is actually really big waves at the scene, right? But it's
Okay.
probably not just the waves that are causing this, okay? Because the camera is quite high above the ground, and the waves look like they're about 6 foot tall. But if we keep zooming through the footage, so basically all that would have to happen for this footage to work is just to have a normal temperature lapse rate, right? So the normal lapse rate, the lapse rate means how the temperature increases as you go up in height. And the normal lapse rate is that it's colder down lower and warmer up higher.
What do you mean it's
I
like
mean, sorry, the other one. It's the opposite of that. It's warmer down lower and colder up higher. Okay, and that causes this sinking effect. It's really common. So if the person wants to claim that this is the horizon of the globe, they would have to account for these obvious variables that could cause this to happen, right? If you want to make hyper-specific claims, you need to account for the variables because it matches the definition of sinking refraction perfectly.
okay.
Something that would normally be visible on the horizon appears like it's hidden behind the horizon, even though it's not really.
Okay, I see. May I ask
So,
like
yeah.
may I ask like why are all those people not thinking like you or like you guys in general? Like if this
Well, it
is
takes
like
a lot
really
of
if you
research.
yeah, but I feel like all those
Yeah,
people in
there's
the video they
millions,
are doing
hundreds of millions of people.
okay.
There's
Who
so
all
many flat
think that
earthers
the Earth
now. I mean, they did surveys. Yeah, yeah. Look, they did surveys back in 2019, 2020, and most countries was 1 in 10 people were flat earthers. And then they did more surveys recently, right? They did one in 2019 in Brazil, and it was 7% of Brazilians believed in flat earth. And
how
then they
many
did the
Brazilians?
survey again. How many is there?
No, I mean like how many percent
How
of
many
Brazilians
percent?
actually believe that?
It was 7. It was 7% back then.
Okay.
Now it's 22%. They redid another survey in 2026. Now it's up to
Okay.
22%. So that's a lot of people. That's just one country. And there's, more flat earthers in countries like America, Australia, United Kingdom, because a lot of the research information is in English. So there's a lot more English speaking flat earthers generally, but there's a lot everywhere. So If you add up the numbers, right, there's a lot, right? They did a survey in France back then. It was 10%
Do
in
you accept that
France,
it's a
and
crazy
now
minority and that like absolutely like the vast majority of all people, like an absolute majority, don't believe this and think it's like made up nonsense?
yeah,
Do you see that?
yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. And most of them have most of them have the wrong idea about flat Earth, right? They've just seen the memes and they've been told that flat Earthers are some conspiracy theorists that think the Earth's a flat disk floating in space.
But
And we
isn't it
don't
a
claim that.
conspiracy theory? I mean, like,
No,
like
no,
like
no,
I said
no,
earlier.
no, it's not. We can get into that next, right? Just let me answer this one really quickly.
Yeah.
Okay. Um, most people don't know anything about the globe, right? Most people I talk to, like 99% of the population, they don't know the radius. They don't know any of the details. They don't know how fast it spins. They don't even know which way it spins most of the time, right? I'll ask them, which way does the Earth spin? Most of the people don't even know that. Some people know it, but they don't know how fast it rotates around the sun or what the radius is or anything like that. Most people just believe the Earth's a globe because that's what they got taught when they were growing up, and they never questioned it, which is fine, right? I was one of those people. We all were. But when people hear about flat Earth, they don't know the flat Earth arguments. Okay, so most people don't know the globe Earth arguments. They don't know the flat Earth arguments, but they have a belief system. So sure, the majority of the world blindly believes the Earth's a globe. Okay, but the people that have actually done their research into the globe, right? That's when the numbers actually change a lot, right? Like if you got 1,000 flat earthers and 1,000 random globe earthers, just random people, right? The flat earthers are going to know 1,000 times more about the globe than the globe earthers, right? They're all going to know the radius value. They're going to know how fast the Earth spins, right? They're going to know all about the globe because you have to research that if you want to debunk something. Okay, so the people out of those two groups of 1,000 people that know the most about the globe don't believe in the globe. The people that know nothing about the globe blindly believe and emotionally defend the globe. It's kind of crazy when you think about it like that.
I think it's
Now,
because all those people. Yeah, I'm sorry.
you go ahead, man. Yep.
I believe it's like when you say like all those people, they are just like emotionally defending and stuff. Like when someone asks me if the Earth is like round or flat or whatever, like I have no personal opinion to it. But like if someone would ask me on the street, I would say it's round due to the fact that I believe it to be common knowledge. And like all those NASA people or Chinese space agency, European agency, Japanese, like I would argue that they have like much more or like much better measurement equipment to figure out what's right and what's not. And the fact that like all of those people, like all of these different nations come together and say like no one is even debating the fact like or like debating if the earth like what's the shape of the earth. They are not even like saying like, oh, maybe it could be flat, maybe it could be round. Like everybody is like every nation, like every space agency from every nation ever says that it's round. So I wonder, like
Not ever, right? Like every single culture in the whole world, for
which
the
space
majority,
agency ever said that the Earth is flat?
yeah, they're not saying that the
They're
Earth
not
is
saying that,
flat,
right?
right? They're saying they need to. Yeah, look, so they're not going to space either, right? They're not going up to outer space.
How do you
Now,
Yeah,
know
but
that?
we're not talking
most
about
of
it,
the
bro.
people,
I wonder
most of the people
what's
that work for these space agencies genuinely believe that the Earth's a globe because that's what they got taught growing up. Find me any space
no, it's not.
agency, any
Yes,
person.
Okay,
Last,
you go to
just let
space
me
then.
finish.
You work for NASA.
No, you haven't been to space. You can't go to
Yeah, nor have
space.
you. Nor
You're
have
never
you.
going to go. Right, but I've tested the surface of the Earth, which
No,
you
you
haven't
I did
done.
haven't. No, you
also.
haven't. No, you
And
haven't.
I asked
Okay.
you, bro, wait, one second, because like you missed to answer my point. Like
See the
all those
emotional
people, all
response
those
coming out in this guy?
why
That's
emotional?
what I was
I'm
talking
just
about.
asking.
Not
Do you
you,
mean me
the other
emotional?
guy, whoever just butted into our conversation, all
But bro,
emotional.
can you let me speak real quick? Like all those space agencies, you didn't address my point. All those space agencies, different
Mm-hmm.
nations, independently developed, they
Yep.
come to the same. They have better measurement like equipment, I'd argue, than you. They have
Okay,
more
so
like
they should have
funding. And like,
measurements.
wait, can you please let me speak out? Why are all those people, all those space agencies coming to the same
Mm-hmm.
conclusion that's different than yours? Like, what's the motivation behind it to like make it all up or something?
All right. Well, NASA gets $80 million a day. of taxpayer money. That's a lot of money.
Okay.
People lie for money, right? These are government-run space agencies. Okay, governments lie about things all the time, and they funnel money for different projects, and NASA gets $80 million a day. Okay, so are they actually going to space? Have they tested the Earth for a globe? Okay, if any of these so-called space agencies have done any empirical tests to prove that the Earth's a globe, we're more than happy to have a look at those tests, but I guarantee you're not going to be able to find any that we're
Yeah,
going to
there
be
is.
able to validate.
What if you're
There's
just
a
not
YouTube
accepting
video.
them? And like, bro, wait. You said like all they get like 80 million or like 80 billion, whatever. Like, what
80
what
million
difference
a day.
does it make? Okay,
70,
what
70
difference,
80 million.
bro?
Yeah.
What difference does it make? What shape the Earth has, like, for the funding? How does it change anything?
Well, if they're going to be lying about space, right?
No, I mean,
And the
like,
people
why?
the people that are
What?
lying about space think the Earth's a globe, and they're trying to trick all the other people in the world that think the Earth's a globe.
What's
Obviously,
But I
they're
feel
going
like
to
you're
show you
tricking us.
Wait,
CGI pictures of the
wait,
Us
globe.
that the Earth is
bro,
flat.
wait. You haven't. You're missing 2 points now. The first thing is,
Okay.
like, how does it make sense, or like, what if the Earth is round or the Earth is flat? How does it change the funding? And you say like, oh, if they all trick all the people, like Chinese space agency and whatnot. Like, I just saw a video where the
Yeah, I didn't
Chinese.
say. Okay, so if the Earth's flat in a contained system, there is no space. There is no funding to go to a place that doesn't
Why
exist.
not?
The
Yeah, but you
vacuum
don't
of
even know the
space.
shape of the Earth. You don't even know the shape.
Yeah, neither do you. You just believe it.
Yeah, I do.
What you or how
I
do
have a
you
YouTube
how do you
video.
know?
There's a YouTube video.
You, okay, what's the YouTube
That's a
video? Let's go over it.
okay, I'll look
Post
it
it.
up. I'll look it up. I'll post it.
Yeah, look it up. Look it up, bro.
Bro,
Are
can you
you
please
done with your
address my point?
conversation with this other guy, or is Xanthem just
No,
jumping in like his pants are
this
on
guy's
fire?
jumping in. Yeah,
Right, so
because
Xanthem, you
this is
can
an
chill out for a
emotionally.
moment.
Yeah, thank
DJ,
you.
can
Right.
you address the point, please?
I did, right? So they've never tested to see if the Earth's a globe. They've not gone to space. There is no such place as outer space. It's
Bro, we
actually a
just watched
natural law violation.
Bro,
Yeah,
you
and they
just
haven't
agreed
done it.
with
So
me that
this
the
is what you
Chinese
said.
have a.
Hold on a second.
Yes.
Relax, bro. Relax. Okay. Look, you said that they've got all of this high-tech equipment that they could use to test that the Earth's a globe, right? So what did they do? When did they do it? How did they do it? You've never looked into that. You're just assuming that they know.
I just did, bro. I
Well,
just watched a
what?
video of like, bro,
It's-
someone even sent a screenshot, and I watched a YouTube video from like this Chinese space agency in space.
Okay,
And you're telling
okay,
me,
what did the
and from
footage?
your
What did the
logic,
footage? Yeah. What
the
did they
footage,
show you?
like, on one side there was like it looked like a flat Earth, and on the other side it looked like a
Yeah.
curved Earth. And I wonder, like,
Okay,
okay, one of
why
both.
did it change? Why did it
Yeah,
change?
you say because of a fish lens, and I say like, okay, whatever. But like, what I wonder now is
Why?
those Chinese
Answer the
people, those
question now.
Chinese, yeah, what?
Why did it go from flat to extremely curved just by
I
changing
I
the
can't
lens?
post in chat. I can't post the
Probably,
link in chat.
bro, probably like, let's
You
grant
can
that it's a
post
fish
links
lens,
in the
okay,
chat.
bro?
I'm
Like
banned.
bro. So those Chinese
Yeah.
people
So
that
you got to
we
answer
just
the
saw,
question, bro. This is the thing. You just have to have faith, right, in the footage being real. Obviously, that
no, I
footage would be
don't.
extremely
No,
easy
I
to
don't.
fake.
I'm
They
not
can fake
talking.
footage. Like,
I'm
hold
not
on, let me
judging the
finish,
footage,
and then
bro. Okay.
let me finish, and then you can. I'll let you finish afterward. All right. So the footage, you can't validate the footage to be real. Footage can easily be faked,
Yes.
right? We also see conflicting information in the footage, right, with the horizon. That doesn't really matter because at the end of the day, I don't care if you want to believe in that footage, you're more than welcome to, but you can never actually go and test the footage. And if they wanted to trick you with the footage, they could do that very easily. Now, that's not going to make the water start curving, right? That's not going to negate the tests that we're doing here on the Earth that you could go and do yourself. And you could also know that the Earth is not a globe because you can actually go and repeat the tests that we're showing you. You're going to be able to talk. You're going to be able to talk. I'll let you completely finish. I promise. Almost done. Right? So you have faith in that the footage is correct. You can never test the footage. Right? We have empirical real world tests that anybody can go and repeat themselves. And we have hundreds of them that have been done. That's the difference, right? Whatever's happening up in the sky with the space agency, why would this person lie? what's going on with this and that in the sky. It doesn't make the water start to curve. It's flat, just like we all experience. Now it's your turn.
Okay, so my turn. Like you never addressed the point actually. Like I'm not saying the Earth is round because I saw the footage. I say I saw footage from Chinese people being up in the sky. You agree that like from their position, they must have seen that the Earth is flat. And I wonder, okay, like why is this different independent space agency with all other space agencies coming to the same conclusion? And I wonder, like, shouldn't be like anyone who has been up in space, like any Chinese astronaut who has been up in space, should have like, or like the Chinese government should have like verified, like, okay, it's flat. Like, why are they all different, like independent from each other, coming to the same
Oh,
conclusion?
show him the
Hold on,
Chinese
brother.
space station where it shows the flat Earth anyway. Yeah, you're right, dude. They do show it flat.
What would a flat
They're
Earth
not
look like
saying
from
it.
high altitude? Hey, friend, think about this. You already said there's footage of flat.
Nah, you
footage
guys
of
are
curve.
racist. You guys are racist.
Holy crap, dude!
I am. I got 3
Stand like it.
greyhounds, racing greyhounds. Well, 2 of them were racing. The other one
Then
was, he just did
why
his
are you
own
guys
thing. He would just
avoiding?
walk around
Can
in
anyone
circles.
actually answer on this? Well, everybody seems to be avoiding this question. I think it's
No,
really
we're not
easy.
avoiding the question. You are 100% correct.
Brother.
Everyone is coming to
Thanks.
the same conclusion, but these flat earthers.
Hey,
No,
Xanthem,
like all those
Xanthem,
space
Xanthem.
agencies,
Holy
nobody is
fuck,
saying
dude.
that. And I
Hey,
wonder,
Goyim,
like, how can you?
Goyim. Stop talking. Thank you. Okay.
I let you talk all the time, and nobody's addressing the issue.
No, dude, pay
You're just
attention.
avoiding the
Pay
topic.
attention. Hey, dude, stop talking or be
Dude, why are
muted.
you
You
avoiding his
choose.
question? Why are you avoiding his question?
All right, hey, you.
Because they have no
Who
answer.
was that? Who was that just spoke? Was that Xanthem? Get banned, fool. All right, go ahead.
Can you ban me too? I
I'm
think
gonna
I've heard
speak.
enough.
Yeah, we'll start handing out
dude.
socks
Well,
for
I think no.
everybody who can't correct and realize that there's.
Everybody, for fuck's sake, stop talking, please. Thank you. All right, Goyim. I'm going to ask a simple question. You don't have to answer it. This applies to all humanity. How would you know what a flat Earth looks like from high altitude? Now, why is that question important? Because you said if they went to high altitude, they should surely be able to see that the Earth's flat. Well, what would that look like? Oh, yeah, typical. Typical sea lion filibuster, and then when you actually clear the floor to answer the question, they leave.
Xanthem's still here if you want to talk to him. You can unmute him.
No, he's getting banned.
He's cooked? Alright, bet.
Yeah.
He just DM'd me the Jeranism torch thing.
Yeah. What? Oh yeah, dude, laughable. No, we're gonna continue with this question. It's important. What would a flat Earth look like from high altitude? Just want you to imagine before I tell you the answer. And it's not necessarily that I have the definitive answer, but so you're high altitude, right?
Awesome. It would look awesome.
Yeah, cool. But so check this out. So in the globe conception, the horizon, right, is the edge of a ball, meaning it's the edge of your vision of being able to resolve information about the land, and then it's going to give way to sky, right? Now, that is 360 degrees around you. It's the same distance in all directions, and it's the same drop angle in all directions. Now, if you imagine the Earth is flat and it extends beyond the limits of your vision, right, you can then say that your vision is the same thing. When it intersects the ground, before it gives way to the color of the sky, that's going to be a circle 360 degrees around you with the same drop angle and the same distance. So that means in both scenarios, the geometric consequences are identical. So in other words, if you went up high, you wouldn't be able to tell, especially if you're already a globe believer, whether the circle that appears in your vision is on a globe Earth or a flat Earth. So the idea that people go up high and they still believe the Earth is a globe, in other words, they're not convinced that they saw a flat Earth, doesn't matter. They don't know how to discern whether they're looking at a flat Earth or a globe Earth anyway. So the answer to the homeboy's question is the alleged astronauts that go up that high are not competent or capable to be able to discern what they're looking at, whether it's flat or a globe. So their opinion is irrelevant. Because it's not a fact, it's just their opinion of what they thought they saw. So in other words, everybody could go up high and be like, I saw what seemed to me to be a curved Earth. Okay. So what you actually seemed to saw was a circle of vision around you, right? Yeah. Okay, well that would be the same, regardless of the shape of the Earth. You have to go beyond the distance that the Earth taking up in your field of view would be a portion smaller than your field of view. In other words, the Earth isn't greater than your field of view to be able to truly determine any shape of it. And 500 miles, which is way further than the ISS, is not far enough to accomplish that task. So the only people in the history of mankind, allegedly, who could say they saw the Earth in totality to determine its shape with their own eyes is the alleged Apollo missions and the alleged Artemis mission. That is it. Nobody else. All right, go ahead.
So with that being said, it's safe to say the higher up we go, the further out we see, but the horizon does not present any concavity or convexity in order for us to even think that there's an edge involved, correct?
Well, listen, I had a famous anti-flat earther, a few of them actually, use this line of reasoning that I just described to say, well, no matter what, the limit of your vision is a circle around you, whether the Earth is flat or the Earth is a globe. And so if you're saying that I see a curve in the horizon, which is a consequence of that limit of your vision, and the horizon is equidistant and at the same drop angle, then that would mean that if the Earth is flat, the horizon would be curved. If the Earth is a globe, the horizon would be curved, meaning that looking at a horizon that appears to you to be curved isn't evidence that the Earth is a globe. It certainly isn't exclusive to the Earth being a globe, so it couldn't tell you, therefore, the Earth is a globe. At best, it's congruent with your interpretation of what the Earth might look like if it was a globe, but it certainly isn't proof. So check this out. Take an image of the horizon in your mind that you've seen before, that a glober has presented to you, where they say, look, this horizon image is curved, right? So what's that going to look like on the image? It's going to look like on the left side of the image, you have the horizon starting, and then it raises up a little bit in the middle, and then it declines again and connects to the right side of the image. So there's a high point in the middle of the image. Now check this out. If the horizon is equidistant, that means all points in that horizon are the same distance. So which part of the line is further than the rest? The answer is none. Now, the horizon is also the same declination angle from your observer standpoint. So which part of that line is lower than the other? The answer is none. So if all points on that line are at the same height and the same distance, why is the middle higher in the frame? Which is it? Is it higher or further? Anyone have the answer? It's a trick question because we've already established that it's neither higher nor further. Correct? So then why is it rendering as an arc that's higher in the middle than the sides in a two-dimensional image? I'll leave that question for the Globers to answer. All right, who killed the chat? It was me.
Can you repeat that?
Holy frickin'.
I didn't hear it from the very beginning. I only heard the last 3 words, so I figured maybe you just want to repeat it all for me. Oh man.
Yeah, I second that.
I promise I'll pay attention this time. No, don't. I won't pay attention.
A squirrel?
The
Thought
TLDR is the
is
Globers have no. The TLDR is the Globers have no reason to explain why there's an arc in the image if all the points are equidistant at the same height.
So equidistance basically means equal distance. So the equator would be an equal distance from the North Pole to the South Pole according to the globe understanding. Am I correct?
Well, yeah, sorta, shmorta, but I'm just talking about in your things you can see in your visual field. So like you
Yeah,
can't see the equator. You wouldn't be able to see the equator from a few hundred miles above the Earth, right?
no, a few hundred miles above the Earth. Well, the equator is
Yeah.
invisible, but you would have to assume it. Yeah. It's not a
Right,
landmark
like
you can point to.
imagine you spray painted a big circle on the Earth, like from 300 miles up. If you said that was roughly what they think the equator is, you wouldn't be able to see it from 300 miles above the surface. Not the whole thing, anyway. You might be able to see a portion, but you certainly ain't seeing the equator in totality.
Yeah. Like I'm just a little like regarding the scientific method and trying to analyze nature based on the scientific method. It requires an observation of a natural phenomenon would be the first step. I'm just wondering, like, on either side, whether it's a globe or a flat Earth, aren't both of them required to have that standard to be able to prove their
No,
worldview?
no,
Okay.
because not all propositions are arbitrated by the scientific method. For example, the scientific method, you don't need to employ that to tell you whether a 2x4 is actually 1.5 by 3.5. You just measure the thing. So it's called a 2x4 by name, but when you actually measure it, you find out that the physical dimensions are 1.5 by 3.5, roughly.
Wait, like the observation of measuring it would be like you're doing the scientific method when you're measuring a 2x4, right?
No, you're not at all. That's just measuring.
Okay. Like what standard do you then follow by going towards the like I think it's a false dichotomy. Like I don't know what the Earth is personally in my worldview because I don't think we have the intelligence or
Yeah,
the ability to
that's
be
fair.
able to do that.
That's
I'm just
fair, and
trying to figure out.
I don't think most flat earthers would say they know the whole form of the Earth. They just know that the available territory is covered in water, which is a benchmark standard of level from which all elevation profiles are taken, and that is flat and not curved, which means the entire surface points of the known territory are between two horizontal parallel planes. I think that's what they would agree with.
Yeah, yeah, like based on inference that there might be a deduction that you can draw from that. That would be, satisfying their understanding. But like for me, I'm like because like I'm not a materialist. I don't abide by the Baconian method in any way as the only means to draw knowledge. So epistemologically, like if I would be trying to hinge it and root it into something, I would try to figure out if the world has a meaning and a purpose, and it would be a bigger question than the shape of it. In essence, it would be more what would be the purpose of it. Uh, but I feel like this conversation has become stagnant for a while. Do you agree?
Oh no, not at all.
Do you feel it has not been, talked through and through about, because it seems to be two forces debating about a subject that could be going further than the.
Sure, but every instance of talking to a new person is the beginning of a new conversation. Sure, it may be the same for people who've already heard it, but it's new to them.
Yeah, of course. Like if you're in this sphere of discussion, then there seems to be a stagnation happening, and it's been happening for a while. Like that's just my inference of being in this conversation for a while, and I'm just wondering if there is a way to comprehend, for instance, the Monkhausen trilemma of the worldviews that we have been developing over time by different philosophers, by different worldviews. There seems to be a certain stagnation in the secular understanding that is based on the materialistic measurements and observations, creating experiments and figuring out the reality in that way. So there needs to be a deductive approach. And I'm just sparking conversation. I don't have a conclusion.
That's exactly what's happening. The deductive approach is that we here in this room have unpacked the evidence and have come to a direct, testable, viable conclusion that the Earth is not what they controller.
Yeah, basically disproving the upheld worldview of the globe. Sorry, you broke up for me. I don't know if you broke up for others. Please
I got a
continue
phone
if
call.
you
I
were not
apologize
finished.
for that.
Yeah, no problem.
I just
Finish your
wanted to
statement,
apologize.
brother.
No, it's just to say that that's exactly what's transpired. These brothers in here, some sisters, have collected evidence, direct, testable, repeatable, and we're sharing it with our fellow, again, brothers and sisters, those listening on YouTube, here in the Discord, whatever. And this is why I personally always start the conversation with asking the person what evidence they have. Let's unpack it, figure it out, because the only way that we can figure out what that person is thinking is to then find out what told them that this is what it is. And then that way we can literally take it right to the horse's mouth and slap that horse and say, nah, this horse is wrong because of the evidence that has been collected.
Yeah. It isn't the globe. But the thing that I'm experiencing is that the other side, whatever that side may be, but let's call it flat Earth. If they go into the positive claim of it is flat, based on just disproving the other worldview, that would be insignificant or insufficient in declaring that as a proof for their positive claim. You see what I mean?
Well, it's just to say again that they can believe whatever they choose to believe, right? That's up to each individual that's entertaining the idea, what they want to take on as their belief. Again, NASA presenting pictures and videos from space and saying, here it is. However, when you take simple things, simple observations like star trail photography, you take the measurement of pressure at sea level, you take all these different things, again, like drop over distance that was being discussed earlier. When you examine all these things, you realize that the globe claim falls apart. Period.
Yeah. I agree with you 100%. The globe has been disproven, without a doubt. What I am pointing to then, what are you left with? What would be the positive claim? And you claim belief, and that's beautiful. And I think that's a beautiful thing. I think belief is before knowledge. In order for you to have a justified true belief, you have to believe that it's justified, believe that it's true, and believe that you believe it. It's like there's a faith element to knowledge. So what would be the contingent of that in your mind?
Since you asked me, in my mind, for me personally, I believe in, as you can see from my tag, Abba, Father, our Creator. I believe in His Son, our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. And with that comes the creation story that's readily available in His white paper. What is His white paper? The Bible. Go straight to Genesis. examine what's written in Genesis and go from there. But again, I don't want to make anybody in this room sound stupid. That's just from my personal opinion and how I feel about the subject. And thank you for asking. I gotta withdraw. Thanks for the conversation.
Yeah, okay, man. Thank you so much for your honest answer. I'm on the same page. It's like there is a necessary contingency that we need to address in this room for a reason somehow. Because if you're going to go by the empirical method and then disproving the globe using that method to disprove that the empirical method is insufficient to prove the wholeness of existence, then you can't abide by the empirical method to prove your existence as a flat existence. You see the dilemma that I'm proposing here, not just
Well,
addressing you,
that depends.
addressing the room.
It depends. If you make a claim about the whole of reality beyond the scope of what's known, then yeah, you'd be making an error. So, for example, there's a lot of flat earthers who think that because the known territory is flat, then that means that it extends flat for an indefinite period of time, or it intersects with a container that touches the ground, or they have all these ideas, which they can't prove, by the way. But they don't give rise to other permutations that are also within that same logic. So, for example, if the known territory is flat, right, they might say the known territory is flat, therefore the Earth can't be a globe. Now, I didn't say the globe, I said a globe. But technically, schmecknically, logically, if the known territory is flat, water's flat and level on the surface, water's contained, et cetera, et cetera. I could show you a model of a ball with flat water on the top of it. It's not hard. I could do it with a bowling ball. I could take a bowling ball, point the thumb hole vertical, fill it with water, then sprinkle a little bit of spices on there to represent the continents, and bing, bang, boom, you got a flat Earth known territory on top of a giant ball. Now, these other flat earthers would say, oh, it can't be a giant ball because the Earth is flat. I say, well, see, I'm not making a claim about the whole Earth, the form and shape of the Earth. So in one breath, the flat earther will say, I don't know the whole shape of the Earth. And then in the other breath, they'll say, I can't be living on top of a giant, quote unquote, ball shaped thing. Now, none of us would say that a bowling ball isn't a ball just because it has a thumb hole in it, would we? So, yes, there's a lot of people who make a lot of dogmatic statements. They make a lot of universal statements about unknowns that they can't possibly have access to. And when you start going down that road, right, you start messing up. So, for example, if you were in, so let's say the known territory is 30,000 miles wide, and let's say the hole on top of the bowling ball is 100,000 miles wide. You don't know what's 100,000 miles to the right. You don't know if you go 100,000 miles to the right and you look up that there'll be stars in the sky. Especially as a flat earther, you can't possibly make a positive claim about that.
Exactly. There are boundaries made for a reason somehow in our existence that we cannot, like people that say that they've gone to the South Pole, they can't live there. It's death. There's nothing there for some reason.
Now, what's interesting, Bud, is when you start telling people these types of reasonings, they start to accuse you of like, oh, you're not a real flat earther. Oh, you think the Earth is a globe. It's like, no, I'm just pointing out that these are logically congruent with your other claims. So, for example, if you live on the giant bowling ball with where we're all on the top, they'll say, oh, well, it can't be that giant bowling ball because then water would stick to the sides. And then I say to them, why? Why would you assume water would stick to the side of the giant bowling ball? Because we already agreed that the water's contained at the top. We already agree up is up and down is down. So if the water got out of the top, it would flow off the side of the ball. Why would you assume it'd stick to the side? Well, the answer is because they're trying to meld two models together. Because they're so allergic to the idea of the Earth being a globe that if you describe a flat Earth territory on top of a giant globe, which they can't have any way of knowing is true or not, by the way, except through philosophy, then they all of a sudden start mixing the models together in their mind. It's like they literally can't think for themselves. It's like they're so model afflicted and they've been so abused by the model in the past that the model's still hurting them.
Yeah, exactly. Like gravity becomes something like we know gravity is nonsensical. I hope, because there's nothing that holds water towards a center, and then there's a moon that is creating the tides from gravity. Like these are all statements in the same obscurity as you were describing the bowling ball and the whole and the spices to describe in the continents. So, like science has gone so astray. Like they are making claims that is so beyond the scientific method that has entered the realm of something else, theology, philosophy.
Are you Icelandic?
100%. Me and Trace were brothers, almost.
I could hear the Icelandic spirit in you.
Yeah, right. Yeah. I know the Midnight Sun. I understand it. And then I witnessed it in these South Pole adventures, and it made me wonder.
Right, now check this out. What's interesting about the gravity conversation is gravity is actually irrelevant to the shape of the Earth. It's only relevant to their shape in the sense that it's synergized with the creation story. But you can have a flat Earth and have their conception of gravity, and it works just fine. It's not our fault that they're too stupid to realize that they're straw manning interpretations of flat Earth when they're trying to apply their alleged gravitational model. But there's nothing wrong, even in a gravitational worldview, of the Earth being a structure that has a flat surface. That can't be excluded by appealing to gravity alone. So even if they appeal to gravity, you can literally concede gravity and the Earth still be flat. It wouldn't matter. The Earth being flat in the known territories because it's not curved. It has nothing to do with gravity.
No, it doesn't. And I agree with you. Like gravity comes from gravitas. Gravitas is basically weight. Weight is an observable thing in our reality. Lead is heavier than the same amount, whatever of feathers. So this is the thing that these alchemists, that they became natural philosophers, that became the scientists, are trying to extrapolate, creating an inference, and then deductively making a claim, and it doesn't make any sense. And that's why science has been stagnant for over 100 years almost,
Yeah. For example, let's take another one that doesn't have anything to do with the shape of the Earth, the atmosphere, right? So supposedly the atmosphere is next to a vacuum, and there's an argument goes like this, that you can't have gas pressure next to a vacuum because you need a container. Okay. But then they'll say things like, oh, there is no atmosphere because sphere is a shape and gases take the form of their container. Okay, well, you've just made a claim in the contrapositive about the nature of the shape of the container. So you said, I don't need to know the shape of the container. I just need to have an antecedent consequent relationship for gas pressure. But then by saying the atmosphere isn't in a sphere shape, you are making a claim about the nature of the container. Let me explain. It's very simple. You can have an infinite permutation of shapes of container holding gas inside, and you can have an infinite permutation of shapes inside that container, inside the pressurized environment, being held by an infinite permutation of container. So, in other words, the flat Earth could be encased in a sphere-shaped container holding the gas.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
And since nobody knows about the boundary condition of the flat Earth, unless they're lying to you, or because it's possible that they know, perhaps, but let's just assume that they're lying, just make a claim, or they don't know, or they're being ignorant. Who's to say that the Earth doesn't truly have a boundary condition to where it gives way to emptiness, which is filled with gas, and it goes under the Earth because the Earth isn't fully grounded to the container, and that would be congruent with some people's beliefs that the Earth is set on pillars. So you imagine a spherical container with pillars on the bottom of the container, with the Earth set on the pillars, and then the entire environment filled with gas. So you would have a gas sphere surrounding the Earth. But somebody will say, no, you can't have a gas sphere surrounding the Earth. Well, how can they know that? The answer is they can't. So regardless of how humble they think they are and how progressed they think they are from their previous indoctrination with the globe model, they're still suffering from the inability to think for themselves and to think like dogmatically about certain phrases like, oh, well, if there's a container, it must meet the surface of the earth, and therefore it can't be a spherical container. It could only be a hemisphere at best. How could you know that? Certainly not from
Yeah.
empiricism. Certainly
Yeah.
not from any real world data. Now, there are people who make that claim from scriptural texts or ancient texts. They say, well, I believe these ancient texts are describing a hemispheric dome or some kind of vaulted container. Okay, that's fine. But let's be clear, you didn't gain that from any empiricism.
No, you go into the monistic, the dualistic, and the Trinity. Like this is where you enter into theology, in my opinion. Like everything is one. We are all one. Like the the New Age yoga understanding, and then you have the dualistic. The Neoplatonic understanding. The matter is evil and spirit is good. Sun is good and the earth is evil.
Yeah, that's not
Then
even right. But
then you
that's
go
not
into the
even
triune.
exclusive to globe Earth paradigms. Right, but
No,
let's
no, no,
point it
no.
out real quick that
We're
that type of
going over
thinking
that,
is not exclusive to globe, right? There's plenty of
Exactly.
flat earthers who are into the monergistic, monistic style interpretations of spirituality.
Yeah, because what we're talking about, it beats the pragmatic philosophy, it beats the rational philosophy, and it beats the empirical philosophy. These three worldviews of proving things to yourself, they will always end up in the Munchausen trilemma. You're either going to dogmatically assert something, or you're going to go into infinite regress, or you're going to go for circular reasoning. In every three of these ways of proving things to yourself philosophically. But then there is the thing that I'm trying to point at, which is the transcendental proof, which is the presupposition of, like, how can you comprehend from my gray matter materialistically meaning that is metaphysical, transpiring to you, AI overlord, brother, and you're understanding what I'm saying, and you're hopefully, gleefully feeling and understanding that is like making you want to make a response.
Well, listen, there's a famous flat earther who was presented with that question. Now that all these knowns that you thought you had before are gone, and now you don't know things about the cosmos, you don't know things about the extent of the earth, you don't really know what's going on. How does that make you feel? And his response to that was, it makes me feel amazing. Like, wow, I don't know everything. Now I can discover things, and like there's mystery in the world. And guess what? I tend to take that position to a certain degree too. And like people will make certain claims from scriptural references about the earth per se. But this is my position from the scripture about the nature of the earth. Okay. It's the one in Job, where Job was talking
Yeah,
to a
how can
friend.
you measure the earth?
Yes, he was
Try
taking
it.
all these. Hold on, brother.
Go
I
ahead.
can make my own points. All right. So Job was speaking from his own knowledge about God's creation and how God created, and basically making all these claims. And later in the passage, God enters the scene and he says to Job, "Hey, Job, you've been talking a lot of smack that you don't know about. I'm embellishing a little bit. Now I'm going to challenge you with questions, and you better answer me. So you better pull up your pants like a man and stand before me and take these questions." And then God starts questioning Job, and he says to Job, "Hey, Holmes, where were you when I laid the foundation of the earth? Where were you to ever lay a line across the earth to tell me how big it is? Oh, yeah, that's right. You weren't. So sorry, you're talking out your butt." Now, of course, I'm embellishing the scripture a little there, but that was the attitude that I was teaching Job. It's like, "Hey, Job, you don't know anything, bro. You don't know how big the earth is. You don't know where it is. You don't know what the foundations are like. I do. You don't." And I tend to take that position. right? That I don't know some of these things, and they're for God to know. And guess what? He never has to tell me. He's under no obligation to tell me, ever. I may never know the answers to these questions. Guess what? If
Yep.
I don't know the whole size and scope of the earth, is that going to change that I can love my family? It's like, oh God, can you tell me what the edge boundary of the earth looks like? Otherwise, I'm going to have to, not be able to love my family.
Nope, it has no significance in that question at all.
All right, so there's some mysteries left that humanity may never know. It may be possible that they never could know, and it may be possible that God never tells us. That's his prerogative. All right, with that, I'm out. Peace.
Peace, brother. Thank you for the conversation. But I actually wanted to ask you about the Holy Spirit then. But we can save that conversation for
Dude,
another day.
well, I'm gonna invite you. I was outside. It was crazy windy, but I'm just heading back into my apartment now, so just bear with me. But I definitely want to invite you to my community, brother, because I love meeting people out. Chatting like this in public and meeting new friends that align with this. And I think we can. This place isn't for religious talk of that nature. No, not religious talk, but I'm in an elevator now.
Yeah, I hear you breaking up a little bit, but I got the essence of what you were saying. Thank you, brother. I would love to join your community. Because I think like when you start asking these questions, there's an entailment to your questioning. It's always going to reach to a certain non-contingent factor that is the ultimate cause of everything. Right?
Yeah, man. So joining just means hanging out. That's it.
Well, not really, Joining would be trying to sharpen iron with iron in some way, in my opinion.
You got to send me your dues, your monthly fees, though, to be in our group. It's
Oh,
going to
it
be
costs money.
$150 US dollars. So I'll get you my Venmo when you're ready.
Oh, okay. Then I might contemplate
But
differently.
that gives you full access to everybody on Discord on this one.
And flat GPT.
Yeah, and flat GPT too.
A coerced LLM. Oh, beautiful. I must be in heaven.
Oh, it'll just make a regular Glober Chat GPT. It'll break it down to where it can only respond with one sentence, while Flat GPT is still putting out paragraphs of reasons why you're wrong. We had them go back and forth about 2 years ago, I think, or maybe a year ago. One person had Chat GPT and I had Flat GPT, and we let it go, and it just ruined the Chat GPT. It down to where it can only say a couple sentences, and that was it.
Yeah, we're talking about transcendentals, brother. And that precedes the LLM because the LLM needs a source. What's the
source is
source?
us. That's the secret. We had it trained on years of chat logs from 24/7 and other things.
And what did it give back? Did it give it anything coherent back?
Yeah, it decided the Earth is flat.
Tells the truth.
Yeah, of course, because that's the source, right?
No, it was debates. It read debates, 3 years of debates, back and forth, Globers and flat earthers, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. That's what we fed it continuously. Or we actually, well, I won't tell you how we fed it, but anyway, we got 3 years of it, and it decided Earth is flat.
But doesn't that boil down to autonomy and theonomy?
I just let it listen to Globers say the same things over, and it picked it out for itself.
Yeah, of course it does, but the source that you're giving it is basically autonomy, the highest level of autonomy.
It's
Like,
people
yeah,
conversations is all I gave it.
people,
Yep,
the highest human intellect, battling
yep.
it
That's
out.
what I fed. That's all we fed it. Yep. A
Yeah,
couple of us
and
did the same thing.
that would be autonomy. That would be Eve being tricked by the snake that told her that she could be God.
And you can too. If you buy one for $150 a month, I'll let you have access to Eve.
I don't want access to Eve, brother.
Oh,
I
Eve
want
is
the
out
one
there to
who created
fight the
Eve
Globers when they
out of
want to
Adam.
bring up. Yeah, that was created so that when people want to just post AI stuff, I just copy paste it in and let my AI reply back. And so you want to see how how a flat GPT can it just makes Globers cry because they'll just be not-eyeing the AI, and the AI, their Glober AI will be not-eyeing the flat Earth. It'll just get
Yeah,
down to where it's like, well, you don't have any proof. Like it's actually like getting offended.
yeah, I understand. I understand. But my point is, like, you already have access to the ultimate large language model that is not contingent upon language even. And you have access to it right now by praying to it.
I got to build more for people.
You're just breaking the autonomy, man. And that's already been broken 2,000 years ago, at least. People are too in love with their own intellect to let go of it, so to speak.
You guys, can you unban me from the chat?
What'd you do to get banned?
I didn't do anything.
What would our
Oh,
benefit
so
be?
people just go around banning you from chatting?
Yeah, like it just happened. I don't know. Look it up.
I
Look
know,
it up.
that's crazy. I see it happen all the time. I've just been sitting in a room and then somebody just bans me from chatting. That's crazy.
Hello.
I was agreeing with you how crazy that is.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I got you. So let me take the stage. So since you guys don't know what
Didn't
the
you
shape of
already
the
fizzle out before? Like you kept over talking people and you had to get muted and all that other
no,
crap?
that wasn't
Yeah,
me. That
that was
wasn't
you.
me.
I
Dude,
was
it wasn't
listening on
me.
YouTube.
You've seen me on YouTube? Am I famous?
No, you're a clown. And look,
I'm
you
not the
brought the other
clown.
one with you. Fancy that?
You're the clown, not me.
No, no.
Listen,
Have
you
a
don't know the
look.
shape of the earth.
Xanthem,
Do you know the shape
Xanthem,
of the earth?
Xanthem, Xanthem, Xanthem. It was noted earlier that yourself and the other peanut were in here at the same time. And lo and behold, you come back and clown number 2 comes back also. I don't know if you're a couple or whatever, but it's going to be one at a time. So, since Brian had a meltdown last time, we're going to put you on speak, so he's not going to interrupt you, because that's what happened last time. One was speaking and the other one interrupted. That's why you both got muted, because you wouldn't shut up when you're being spoken to by a moderator. So anyway, Xanthem, please.
Okay, so two points here. First of all, you weren't addressing Guaigin's point, and
No, I wasn't addressing anyone. I was making sure you both didn't interrupt each other again.
Okay, and then the second one is I'm not with him. This is pure coincidence that we both came in here at the same time. Third point is do you guys know the shape of the earth?
Yeah, it's shaped like a lake.
A lake, did you say?
Yeah, lake, you know.
Yeah, prove it.
Rowboats.
Now you gotta prove it.
Oh, okay. So yeah, you just go to the edge of the shore and you can see the water.
But if I look outside, I don't see the edge, the edge of the shower.
You don't see the edge of the water when you get to the beach?
No, I can't.
Holy crap.
Because
So
if I go to the edge of
did
the
you know
water, I
that
might
when
fall.
you get to when you're on a beach, you either can go in the water and then you're in the water, or you can stand on the beach. That's shoreline. Yeah, that's
Yeah, but
flat
that's
Earth.
observable shoreline.
Yeah. Keep following it.
Yeah, but if I keep walking, my observable shoreline is gonna be it's gonna increase, right?
I guess. Depends
And
on
then
where
if
you
I
go,
keep
I
doing
guess.
that, yeah, if I keep doing that, right? My observable reality is gonna be what?
Yeah, it's just flat.
No, but okay, sorry. Someone was gonna speak.
No, he's trying to, but he's not going to.
Yeah, so if I keep walking in a straight line, right, I'm gonna encounter a mountain.
Oh, you can't walk in a straight line
Why not? What do you mean? Why? Why can't I walk in a straight line?
because you don't have anything to reference you walking in a straight line. How are you
Yes, I
going to know
can.
you're walking? What?
So if I have a rope and I attach it to a pole, and if I keep walking straight, that means I'm gonna be walking straight.
Okay,
is
so what?
incorrect.
You're going to walk 20 feet? Okay, so you walked 20 feet in a straight line.
No, hey,
Congratulations.
Triangle, check it out. If he's tied himself to a rope, and that other end of the rope is tied to a pole, and that pole is planted in the ground, and he starts walking, he's going to do circles around said pole. Because that
Or he's
rope
going to,
is
if he has it around his
gonna
neck,
run
he's
out.
just going to choke himself and fall over because I don't know what his plan is with this rope and pole.
He's probably
Okay, fine. I won't use the rope. Okay, fine. I won't use the rope. What I will use, and do you guys agree with navigation, like Google?
Yeah.
Do you guys believe
Because
that?
you don't know anything about navigation, so this is going to be super fun.
Why? Why don't you think I know about navigation?
Well, you don't.
Because
guys
you've
believe in
mentioned Google
compasses?
as your first choice.
Okay, okay,
All right,
okay,
we're going to
fine.
let you explain how navigation works, and I'm not even going to participate until you dig yourself a hole, and then we're all going to laugh, and then we're going to tell you how it works.
Okay, there is another theory.
Bingo.
There is
Let's
another
go.
theory that I can prove that the shape of the Earth is actually a cube. But well, we'll
Hey,
go with the
did you do
navigation
the
first.
navigation thing first, like you said you were going to do?
Okay, I'll do it. Are you listening? Okay, so attach a pole. Dig it
More
into the ground.
poles. Okay, more
So you
poles for
can buy a
navigation.
pole, right? You guys believe in poles, right? Metal pole, wooden pole, copper pole.
No, that's
Those
not a
things
belief.
exist.
That's not a belief system. You don't believe in that like you believe in Jesus and Santa Claus, do you? Is that how you
No,
believe
but
in
I'm just
poles?
but I'm just asking. Do you guys believe in poles, like materialistic
You
poles?
mean
I was gonna say.
like the Easter Bunny? Do I believe in poles like the Easter Bunny?
No, the real thing.
So you don't have to believe in it.
No, but I'm just asking you because you might have different beliefs.
No, it's not a belief system.
It can be.
It cannot.
I mean, look at the Mormons.
No.
Yes.
No.
But anyway,
So they believe in poles, or do they make them? They
anyway,
know
okay,
about them,
fine. I
mate.
won't use the pole.
So did
I won't use the
so did
pole. I'll use a tree. I'll use a tree as my reference.
Festivus uses a pole too, so it must be real.
But since you guys don't believe in poles, I'll use a tree as my reference point.
Okay,
Attach a
Zentham. Let's just Zentham. Stop. We need to establish something very quickly. You have a very broken idea of the difference between knowledge and belief. Okay? We don't believe in poles. We know they exist. Okay? So when you say we don't believe in poles, we're not saying we don't know of or understand poles. We don't believe in them. We know they are there. I can go down the street, I can buy one, I can bring it home, I can dig a little hole, I can stand it up vertically, fill it with concrete, voila, pole in my backyard. I could probably hang clothes off it if you like. You seem to have the understanding of the word belief is that of acquired knowledge. You believe in Santa Claus. You believe in the Easter Bunny. We know the earth is flat. You believe it's a ball. You have no knowledge of ball. You just believe. You were taught an idea set when you were a small child that it is a ball tard, a sphere tard, whatever you want to call it. From that, you've then associated all these other things with sphere tard without any actual measured proof to back up this imagination of a sphere that you've got in your head. You are the believer. My friend Professor Triangle knows about poles. I dare say he's probably dug a hole in his backyard once or twice to stand up a fence or something along those lines. So please don't sit there saying you don't believe. When we say no, we don't believe, please wait for the end of the sentence because most of the time is no, we don't believe, we know because we've probably done it. Fair dinkum. These kids are clown shows.
All right, can I go? Can I speak?
Yeah. Now it's your turn.
Okay, I'll use a reference
Don't
tree.
don't use the word belief anymore.
I have to use the word belief.
Why?
Because I have to.
Oh, that's
Anyway.
weird, dude. You never hear
No.
us talking about beliefs.
Yeah, you do. Anyway, so
Hold on.
What did I say
hold
that
on,
I believe in?
Xanthan, when you brought up trees, you didn't ask us if we believed in trees. You just said,
because
okay, now we'll just talk about trees.
but he, Doctor. Wait, let me see where his name is. Dr. Cupertine said, "Don't use belief on you guys." So
Yeah,
I
but that was
said don't use the
you were,
word belief. You don't need to.
yeah, exactly.
yeah,
That's why
but
I'm not
that was
using belief this
before.
time.
That was before that mandate.
No,
when
but
you were
so
talking
you're telling
about.
me, so you're telling me I should use it again?
Continue now without using the word believe or belief.
Okay, so there's a tree. I'll go to a tree, tie a rope, and my rope is infinite, right?
You lost me at infinite.
Okay, fine. My rope is like
that's a heavy rope.
2,000 meters. 2,000 meters.
You won't be able to move it.
Yes, I will.
No, you won't. You're not strong enough.
Yeah, no, yes, I am.
No, you're not.
Why can't I move?
tying a
Why can't
rope
I
to
move
a
a rope
tree?
that's 2,000 meters long?
Listen, dude, I know it's hard being a Glober, but you don't need to take these kind of extreme measures.
Fine, I'll use a string. 2,000-meter
You know, you
string.
can get help. There's counselors available for free.
Can I finish? Can I finish?
Finish what? Why are you tying a rope to a tree?
Yeah, because I'm gonna prove why the Earth is a cube.
Oh, stop being a retard, Anthem.
Dude, like, are you
Take
gonna
that
listen
shit
or not?
elsewhere.
Dude,
Dude,
this is
Shut up,
so
you
unfair.
idiot.
This is actually so unfair.
Yeah,
Shut up, you idiot.
that's why you got muted before, because there's something mentally wrong with you, and we don't want you to expose yourself or dox yourself by accident, and then your parents will have to explain why you were on YouTube and Discord to the news.
To
You
the
guys will
news.
hear out people who think the Earth is a big bowl, but you won't hear out a person who thinks it's a cube.
Yeah, exactly. That's so unfair. Whatever he said.
All right, we're gonna listen to him. See ya. Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Cube Globe.
Okay, so you've tied an infinitely long rope to a tree. Some sort of tire swing, or what's next?
No, he's going to tie it and then walk away from it, and that'll be a straight line. How's he going to know? He won't be able to see the end of it. So now he has to overcome that.
It's always something.
What about the catenary curve problem, or he cannot put enough tension on the string?
I just got unmuted. So I'll carry on. So I'll tie the rope to a tree. It's a string. I'll change it to a string. Now, once I tie the rope to a string, I will dig a hole. Let's say 100 feet deep. I have the power. Right. Now I will dig straight another 100 feet. Yeah? We know that the hole is 100 feet deep. And we know from looking out the window and from our observable reality that the Earth is straight, flat, horizontal plane, correct? Based on this, we know that the shape has to be a cube. Because if you dig down and the fact that the surface is flat, we know it's a cube. And I just proved that the Earth is a cube.
That's a non sequitur.
No, it's not, because we know that the Earth is flat, horizontal plane. Yes or no?
It's measured flat.
It's measured flat, and we can observably see it's flat too. Yes.
It's irrelevant.
It's relevant. Yes.
It's irrelevant.
It's not irrelevant.
Get to the
because we
point
can
where you
see
try
it.
to attach that to your box.
Yeah. Now, if you dig 100 feet deep, we know that we can keep digging down.
Yeah.
And that proves that the Earth is a cube.
No, that's incoherent. That's
No, it's not.
incoherent.
No, it's not.
Just stop for a
Yeah,
second.
but we
Relax.
know there's a
Just
shape.
relax.
We know what
I'll
a cube
teach you.
looks like.
Just
Okay.
relax. I can take a sandbox for kids that's shaped like a star. I can dig a hole in that sandbox. It's identical to what you're doing. It does not determine the shape of the sandbox.
It does. Because you just said it's a box.
Attempt to articulate how.
Because you just said it's a box.
Yeah, it's star-shaped.
No, you just said it was a box.
Yeah, a star-shaped box
Yeah,
to
but we have
hold
proof for
sand.
vision. Yeah, but
Do you
we
not
have proof for
understand
vision.
words?
Yeah, I understand words, but we have proof for vision. Do we have
I can
proof
make
for
it
vision?
circular. I can make it any shape I want. This hole in the middle of the sand has no relevance to the shape that contains the sand.
No, but we are measuring the depth, is what I'm trying to say.
You're measuring depth of a sand in the middle of a container you don't know anything about.
Why are you bringing containers? We're not talking about containers here. We're talking about figuring out the shape.
You can't determine the shape from digging a little bit hole in the ground.
Yes, but we can, because the fact that we can dig a hole is an experiment in itself. Then that proves that the shape.
Bro,
yes.
you're
Holy crap!
you're
I just
misunderstanding.
learned that digging holes is an
measure gas
experiment, dude. Xanthem, you said digging holes is an experiment. There's something wrong with you.
I don't think so.
You said digging a hole is an experiment.
You get an experiment to prove something.
No, it doesn't.
all you-
Digging a hole is not an experiment.
Yes, it
What?
is.
all you
What
prove that
what does digging a hole prove? What does digging a hole prove?
We're proving that the depth can go deeper.
that wasn't
Oh,
Well,
sorry.
that's not really. Well, I mean, that's not really. That's not really proving that. That's proving, like, say you dig a hole that's 5 feet, you prove that the Earth is at
A cube,
least
yes.
5.1 inches deep. Like that, you're not really saying anything about the shape, right?
Okay. Let me draw a picture, and then you will understand.
No, it's okay. We don't need to see your pictures.
Hey, Xanthem, if the Earth were a ball, wouldn't you still be able to dig a hole?
I don't know. Can you?
Yeah, I would say
Why?
so.
How can you?
Find a little patch of dirt.
No, but then wouldn't we just fall over? Fall? Like, the water will just fall because it's not level in the globe.
you don't understand even your own argument. You're talking about a hole, okay?
Yeah, and how can hole exist in a globe? How
It's
can we exist in
a
a
hole.
globe?
I can, bro. I can give you a
cube is flat.
basketball. I can give you a basketball, and I can make a hole in it. I can give you a bowling ball, and there are holes in it for your fingers. Are you fundamentally not all there?
Yeah, but we have a cube which
Yeah,
is a flat.
okay. Thanks
but
for admitting
we are
it.
observing
Thanks
flat.
for just admitting it. Stop this nonsense now.
No, we're observing
You're making
flat.
yourself
How can we
more
observe
dumb
flatness?
by continuing this.
No, but how can you say it's a globe when we can observe flat, horizontal
I'm
plane?
not saying it's a globe. I'm teaching you how
No,
holes
you just said
work.
it. You just said
so
it.
that you can maybe have progeny in the future.
No, Trace AI. You just said, how can I prove? How can you dig a hole in a globe?
Already. Holy fuck, dude.
How can you dig a hole?
This is kind of like a sidetrack, but have you all seen the torus model? Like,
Nah, this guy's
like Earth is
interrupting me.
shaped as
Can
a.
you mute him? Can you mute him? He's
Oh,
interrupting.
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I'll mute myself.
Can you dig a hole
No, you
in a
can
torus?
keep going.
Yeah, it's like a sci-fi thing, but like torus planets, especially ones that like circle around a star. I feel like that
Toroid.
would be the coolest thing. Yeah, toroid. Yeah, it would be so cool if Earth was a toroid.
These globers are so desperate.
Yeah.
They don't know if they have hands. It can't be flat. It has to be a donut or a ball. Can't be flat. It has to be a pyramid or a cube. Can't be a flat. Can't be flat.
According to this last guy, females can't have holes.
No, the gravity would collapse. It would collapse in on
They're
itself.
not a box, bro. It doesn't work for him.
Yeah.
Gravity would do what now? I didn't know gravity did things.
If a woman had a hole, it would collapse on itself.
Oh, you guys just you're done pretty much, I guess.
Yeah.
We just ruined the globers down to they're just like mush.
I just like talking in here because you all talk about like geographic and like climate and weather stuff.
Nope, not us. You're in the wrong channel.
Wait, what? I thought that would encompass like talking about like Earth models.
No, flat Earth. No, that's flat and stationary. Nothing to do with climates and all that shit.
Oh.
You can only have climates and that shit because the Earth is flat. So we just expect that.
Oh no, I wasn't arguing like a model. I was just saying like that's kind of some of the arguments come along with it.
No, there are none. You can't make any arguments. Nope, globers have no arguments. Everything's related to flat Earth.
Like even arguments about like climate on a flat. Like flat Earth
Nope.
or?
No. There's no
Hmm.
climate change.
Oh no, not climate change, just climate in general.
Yes. Yep. It rains and then it gets warm and flowers grow and yep, that always happens. That's how you can prove the Earth is flat.
Name one object that's flat.
The Earth.
To what degree of flatness?
0 degrees. It's flat.
Are you talking about like perfection, like a perfect flatness?
Wait, flat relative to what?
Its surface. Just a surface.
You mean generally?
No curvature. As in it does not have any elevations, for example.
Well, I mean, like, elevation would just be like there's a dirt mound over there and it's taller than the position I'm at.
Have you seen like a mole, like the hill a mole would create?
Yeah.
That's elevation. That's
Yeah.
curvature. Yeah. That exists, right? But yet you're saying the Earth is perfectly flat. That's why I'm confused.
No, they get upset when you talk about flat Earth. They're just anti-globe.
Yeah, last time I actually proved that they don't actually believe that the Earth is flat.
No, they don't. They just believe it's not a globe.
I don't know. I did not prove that, but at least they don't believe in flat.
I feel like it's kind of a troll thing. Like they know people will come in and argue about flat Earth, so they entertain it to get people to backpedal.
Well, I have no evidence that shows that that's their motivation.
That's what?
There is no evidence showing that that's actually their motivation to do this.
To do what?
To do what you said, to do
Oh,
this.
yeah. It's just a rhetoric game. I enjoy it. It's fun to see the kind of like logical framework that people come in with and then how people respond to each other. It's the same with every other channel, but this one is a little bit more there's a little bit more methodology to it. Not exactly the right word, but if you stay in here for a while, you can kind of pick up on the different arguments that people use commonly.
I just joined here to listen to like new flat Earth discoveries, new scientific discoveries done by flat earthers. That's very
Yeah.
interesting. There is a lot of development in the field.
Yeah, there's a journal by Nature. And it's called the Flat Earth. They just released a new volume. It's their April edition.
Is Dr. Jordan B. Peterson, is he flat or is he globe? Haven't heard him yet. I think he's been out of the limelight. He's had like a drug addiction, so maybe he's like finding his way back through flat Earth. I don't know. It'd be cool if Jordan Peterson made his return on flat Earth. Like that was his thing. Break the internet.
Meow.
You know, there's so many people in here, nobody's talking. Yo, Scarecrow, you don't have a mic, bro? I see you lurking around in the side chats. Just curious if you got one or not. Yeah, I was just asking if you had a mic was all. I never heard you talk before.
Yo, what's up, man?
Oh, there he is. Yo, what's up, bro?
Yeah, usually it's busy, so I let everybody just talk, you know what I mean? I don't want to like interrupt anything.
Yeah, there's nothing going on right now. We could talk right now. I think
You got
everybody's
topics,
sleeping.
anything?
I mean, flat Earth's over the topic. I mean, if you already know the Earth's flat, then I guess we could talk about something else.
Yeah, I'm pretty good on that department. I've been like around 2016, you know, in and
Damn.
out. Yeah, I used to do a,
You've been in a game for a long time now.
yeah, I did. I used to have a YouTube channel with all my flat Earth songs.
That's what you do, just music stuff.
Yeah, it's just a hobby. It's not professional. I just like writing. So when I learned about it,
Okay. Well, that's dope, dude. Yeah, nice to meet you, bro. I just see you typing all the time. I've never heard you. You a subdued? Are you flat earther too, bro? Well, I guess not. I don't know. Not really saying anything. You got a mic at least? All right, guess not. Damn.
I was
Might
busy,
be
bro. What's
sleeping.
up?
Oh, there you are. Yo, what's up, dude? No, I'm just asking if you were if you had a mic and if you were a flat earther.
Yeah, to both.
Oh, okay, fair enough. I was like, I think I've seen you lurking around as well. I just never heard you speak either. So yeah, dude, nice to meet you, man.
Yeah, I've spoken before, man. I've been around for a while.
Okay, sure. Are you like another 2016 guy?
Not that long, but a little while anyway.
Okay. What year, if you don't mind me asking?
Probably like 5 years now.
Oh, damn, you've been in it for a while now too. Okay. Very nice to meet you, man.
You too.
I think every time I hear you, I always grunting and moaning, dude.
You have that effect on me.
He's working. He's always working, AI.
Of course, of course.
Hey, trick question. Can light be redirected in a single medium?
Yes.
Yes.
Have you ever witnessed it happen?
Yeah, I think so.
Describe it.
You get like a shimmering effect.
Actually, yeah, with heat distortion, yeah, I've seen it. I'm trying to think if I've actually seen it before. I should.
How do you know it's not two mediums? How do you know the shimmering effect isn't a separate medium?
You know what? I don't.
How's everyone doing today on the big spherical ball-shaped orb
Oh, dude.
planet?
What's up, bro?
But now that you're here, things are getting better.
Oh, good. Has any
It's
has
flounder
everyone hugged,
time.
has everyone hugged their sphere today?
Yeah, buddy.
Man, I love my big wet orb. I love it.
Dude, I
I'm
thought you weren't gay anymore. What
I'm
happened?
I'm orb maxing. I'm orb maxing.
How about you? You never told me that you weren't gay for like 3 years now. What happened?
I'm not gay. You're
Did
gay.
you say you were gay before?
I used to be gay. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm like. Why you keep talking about wet balls for?
I didn't say balls. I
Latency.
said orb. The orb is different.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Yeah, lads, get with the lingo, man.
Yeah.
All right, all right.
I
The
didn't say the
orb.
family jewels. I said orbs,
The
didn't I?
orbs of destiny.
Okay.
Holy crap, dude. It's like 98 degrees here today. Holy crap.
That was hot here. Now we're getting ready for a storm, though.
Anyway,
Right. As soon as I fill these mouse holes with the foam and the steel wool, I'm jumping in the lake.
I'm
Oh,
not
I guess
staying.
that
I just wanted to say the Earth is a sphere, and you guys are silly billies.
That's fine. You can say that all you want.
No, you
You-
meant,
Thank you.
didn't you mean orb?
It's a sphere orb, yeah.
A
A sforb.
spherorbity? Yeah, spherorbity.
Well, he's gone. We got another religious chanter in the room.
yeah, where I live,
Alrighty.
there's a lot of lakes
Oh,
too.
sorry.
But they're fucking so cold right now because they just the ice just came off, right?
Oh, that's the best time to jump in, dude. It's like
No,
90
dude,
over
it's
here right
too
now.
cold right now, man.
Heck no, brother. Sign me up.
Yeah, I'm actually down for that right now too, dude. It's been like in the high 90s for me as well.
Dude, my lake isn't icy, but it's definitely still cold from the winter. I won't make it in time to do observations though. I like to get different,
Yes.
like if the air is 80, over 90 degrees, and then the water's still, like, I don't know, probably like less than 40 degrees. That'd be some good observation. And muggy. It's muggy today as well, so that's where you get some interesting disappearing effects, like sideways disappearance.
Wait, which state are you in?
Oh, mass.
Oh, okay. Damn, it's far away. It's probably green over there too. Probably
Green?
super humid. Yeah, because Vegas isn't green, dude. It's brown. It's got dirt and cactus.
Oh, it's definitely green
And
over here, bro.
yeah,
Now,
my
where you are,
kids
Matt's in
parted
Vegas?
palm trees. Yeah, dude. Hot.
It's
We're
fucking
also
dusty and
famous.
hot, eh?
We're also really
Yeah.
famous for fall foliage. Lots of people come up here during that
Oh,
time
you're
of year.
famous for what?
The
What are they
fall
called?
foliage, the leaves changing
Oh,
color.
foliage. Oh, okay.
Yeah, we have tours up here for that stuff too. It's crazy up here, though. There's like no
We
city.
have the Grand Canyon. We got Red Rock. And gambling and overpriced water bottles.
Lots of
I
gambling.
think the highest price for a water bottle on the strip that I saw was like $9.
You ever
Shit
seen a
was crazy.
gluten-free water machine?
No.
Dude,
No, I haven't.
on the I-95 on the way down, there's one stop that has this water company, and it's got like big sign on the side of the water bottle machine, gluten-free.
You have
Oh,
like water
yikes.
laws in Vegas, though, don't you?
Laws?
Yeah, like you can only use so much in a certain time or something like that.
Yeah, but he's a rebel.
It's not really
He
like
don't give
a.
a crap.
Yeah, I mean, it's not really like a law. It's more like a suggestion. Like, we highly recommend that you don't use water between this time and this time to water your grass or whatever, but it's not like when they come knocking on your door, deport your ass over to like China or something if you use too much water.
But shouldn't they? Holy crap, dude.
Oh, Wanger's here. I
So
guess I can talk with
hot,
him.
bro.
Hey, buddy.
I was nature
Yeah.
walking like yesterday, and I was going down this trail, and I got to a point where the walls of the banks on each side of me were about 6 feet, and there were beaver ponds on both sides, so the water was at eye level on both sides of me as I was walking through. It was a
Oh,
real
man.
eerie feeling, but like, man, could you ever, get a view of that shit, right?
Well, don't spin on you, dude. You'll get drowned. Well, no, not really. I'm not at 6 feet of water. Well, I don't know. They got trees and logs and stuff and for those dams too that they make.
Holy shit.
If one of them pins you down. Actually, dude, it'd be so crazy if you got trapped underneath like 6 feet of water and just so many logs on top of you that you can't even like break the surface of the water. That shit would be insane.
Maybe I take a picture. I'll go back and get a picture of that. It was cool as fuck because it was very narrow in between too. So
Oh, I bet.
the width of one lane, right? There, it's like a cow path for a car.
All right, well, it's about that time for me to head off. I'll be back on in like half an hour if y'all still gonna be here. I'll be back, boys.
Holy crap, dude.
You just bent right over. Hard to get to, is it?
Off my freaking foam nozzle. It's not spraying through, it's blowing out the back of the trigger.
I hate when that happens.
Barely even got any places to do, but I just need get rid of that stupid thing. There we go. I should have got some flexible hose to put on the end of the nozzle,
Yeah, I had a little hole in my soffit, and the squirrels decided to make a nest in my attic. And before I realized, she'd already had a litter up there. So I went up there the one day, and there was, I don't know how many babies, man, but it was just crazy. They were running everywhere. And I thought that I got them all out, but I missed one. I didn't realize at the time, but I used the spray foam from inside the attic to seal up the hole, and I spray foamed the little guy right in there, dude. I
Yeah,
pulled
that
him out.
sucks.
He was cooked, man. He had that spray foam all over his face, everywhere, man. He was done.
Yep. So just stomp him out?
Yeah.
Put him out of his misery?
Yeah, I did.
Turn him into the paste?
Yeah, it was sad.
Holy crap, dude! Now I gotta crawl out from under to get a stupid, sharp, pointy, long thing. Listen, when you look out in the world, for example, when I go to my lake, some days visual things happen and things seem to be in visual locations, and the next day it's different. In fact, you could do a time lapse in some places and it changes throughout the day, the same day.
Yeah, no, that's my
So
experience.
if the visual locations and sizes of things seems to be changing, right? And we know they're not physically changing, then what category is causing the change? Occur?
There's so many, man.
Well, there's really only one.
Which one are you thinking?
Well, if it's something you're seeing, it has nothing to do with the geometry.
So you're saying refraction?
No, I'm just saying what category of thing is it?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not following.
Optical.
All right. Yeah, it's definitely optical.
Oh no, dude.
I was thinking about the electromagnetic field too. Like, you think that would affect anything?
This guy's legs are broke. I just found a little baby style mousey. He was hiding on top of the tarp. I think he was trying to escape, but his legs are jacked. I flicked him to try to get him to run away, but he went flying. I think he's toast, bro. I'm gonna let him get under the tarp. There you go, buddy. The problem is them little micers, they're so cute, man. It's like their armor. Cute armor. Like, don't kill me, I'm cute.
Oh, the little gray ones with the big ears, kind of thing. The hoppers.
Yeah. The massive head, like the head is most of their body.
Yeah. They can't even run fast, the poor bastards.
Dude, what the heck is going on with this stupid nozzle, dude? It's starting to dry up, so. What are these, fancy applicator nozzles where it shuts itself off and it's got a tight tip, but it damn. Hate them. They only work good when you have full access to what you're working with. If you got to go upside down, they don't work. Ah, there we go. Dude, what is this? Some kind of black plastic trigger gloop stopper, guys. stuck in there. I wonder it wouldn't come out. Bullshit, dude. I just gotta try my hardest not to touch myself with his gloves. Covered in this stuff. All right, boys. Game on now. Whew. Oh.
Might as well just live stream it for us, AI.
I can't. I don't even know where my phone is, bro. Now. All right, hold on to your butts. That's why you always buy 2 cans of spray foam, never just one. What a mistake. I might just have to give up and come back tomorrow with a can with a proper hose. Yep. Scratch it.
Mm.
What up, y'all? But gravity went like, you let it all behind. You never needs time alone sometimes. Let it all go. You can let it all go. It's go. Free fall, cold. Free fall. Never said it. Man, the miles that I had y'all. Wow.
right, boys. What did I miss? Oh, Talon. Talon, how'd you get muted already, bro?
I don't know, man. I just got here. It's quiet when I.
Hey, Lats. I have a question for Lats.
What?
Lats, are you ready, Lats?
Oh, there we go. Okay, hold on. Okay. I'm good. Wait, hold on. Wait. My AirPods. Hold on. Wait, hello. Say something. Oh, wait. There we go.
Hey,
Good.
Lats.
Go ahead. I'm
Lats,
ready.
does a 90-degree angle measure flat?
Yes.
Wait, so everything is flat
Okay.
compared with when straight lines are used?
Yes.
Okay.
You know,
Can
like
you
the
walk
walls of
across?
the house.
Can you
Yeah.
walk across the straight? Can you walk across a 90-degree angle?
Can I walk across? Well, if it's built to 90, yeah. I mean, it doesn't even have to be technically 90. It could be a different degree. Like you can build
Like
something
45
at an
degree
upward
angle.
angle
That's
at like.
like you consider every angle flat. Like all 45 degree angles are flat
Yeah,
to you.
that would also be flat. Yeah.
But like a 45 degree incline is the definition of not flat. That's upward angle.
Well,
Wow,
that
dude.
is flat.
Wow.
You
Holy
understand, like,
crap, dude.
like if I had a book, if I had a
Like
flat book and I leaned it to the side at 45 degrees, the book's
yeah,
still flat, right?
the book is, but the angle is not
Yeah.
flat. No, but
Yeah,
the
the
book is at
angles.
an angle. An angle is not flat. You think an angles are flat, dude?
Well, because it
Like
requires straight
this is
lines.
you're breaking my brain, buddy. Like a 45 degree angle is not
Yeah.
flat
Why not?
because it's 45 degrees upward.
Well, yeah, you know that you can have like flat things that are angled
Well,
different from like
okay, but
90.
yeah, but that doesn't make the angle itself flat. Like you guys have I've discovered a huge hole in your logic, Lats. Like this
Nope,
is
wrong.
illogical to think that everything is flat just because we use straight lines to measure an angle.
Well, if we're measuring them as such, then they are flat.
No,
The
like when you
lines
take
are straight.
when you take a flat line and you put it against a curve, a tangent. When you create a tangent, is a tangent flat?
Yeah.
The tangent line
Okay,
or the
but it's
tangent
connected to a
plane,
curve.
yes.
So are curves flat now too because they're
Well, you remember we're not measuring the curve though. You just said we're measuring
okay.
the
But how do you
tangent
so
plane
how do you
or
measure
the
a curve,
tangent
Lats?
itself, right?
How do you measure
You can
curves,
measure drop
Lats?
over. Yeah, you can measure the deviation, see if it increases from the horizontal or the tangent line to the earth or to a
Right,
curved
which makes
surface.
it not. What's the definition of not flat, right?
Let's see if Talon gets this one.
So
Talon,
what is? Give me an
what's
example of
the?
something that's not flat.
Hold on, wait, did you want to ask your question real quick? Yeah, you can go ahead, dude.
Yeah, how many degrees does a tangent line have?
What? A tangent line?
Yep.
It's a straight line. Doesn't have
Right.
any degrees.
Yeah, it's a straight line, which is also known as a straight angle, which has how many degrees?
What,
Me,
0?
I know.
0 is not. 0 is nothing.
All right, Jedi. What's the answer?
180.
180.
Yes,
Okay.
180.
Ah, so that's a flat. So again, so that's the only actual flat angle, right? So now, so this again blows your fucking logic out of the water because you can't have a 180-degree angle, which is flat, and a fucking 45-degree angle. You got to pick one.
Wait, so you're telling me that a wall
You
in
think
the
that? So you
ground of a
think the
house where they meet?
185-degree angle plus minus like 45 degrees is a 45-degree
No,
angle?
dude, listen. No.
Nobody's actually
You're not
saying,
thinking about it
Talon,
correctly, guys. This is not
Talon,
correct.
Talon, calm down. Nobody's saying that a 90-degree angle in itself is flat, dude.
Ooh, yes, you are.
It's the lines
Ooh,
attached to
God.
it
Ooh,
because
ouch. Okay, good. So
the
the
90
angles are not flat.
degrees, 90 degrees. Holy crap, dude!
Dude,
Talon,
if
you trying to
you have like,
remind me why you're on the permaban list or something?
No, this is actually a really important point. We're actually because it's taken us months to get here. So, and you're either banning me because I'm about to blow your fucking shit out of the water, or you're just too scared because I'm gonna blow your shit out of the water.
90-degree angle is
Fine, dude.
comprised of two
So
straight
I want
flat
you guys
lines.
again. I want to hear that again. I want to hear 90 degrees is not flat.
A
I want to hear both of you say that.
A 90-degree angle is composed of two straight flat lines.
All right, Talon. The
yeah,
reason why
so
you're so annoying is because you're just motor mouth machine gun, bro. So just calm down. You know, we're all gonna survive this. Okay? You're gonna be okay, brother. All
yeah,
right,
you can
Talon,
have
for the
like
love of God, turn your tempo down by like 30%. Go ahead.
So if you have two 180-degree lines connected at 90 degrees, at what
yeah.
point? How the fuck are you finding flat in all three of those angles? When flat is a flat
Well,
straight
dude,
line is 180 degrees,
Nice.
but an angle
that,
between
that
two 180-degree angles is not flat when it's 45 degrees, buddy.
if they intersect perpendicular, like when you're building the walls of a house to the ground, that's going to be 90, consistent of two flat things being the ground and the wall.
And my wall's flat.
Even the roof.
So
Yeah,
what
even the
angle?
roof on top of your house, if it's angled at 45 degrees, for example, will also be flat.
No. See, no. The line
But
is
why?
180. The roof itself is 180 degrees. It's at a 45-degree angle. Because again, the angle only exists between the space from the horizontal and the deviation. The line itself is 180 degrees. You fucked up, Lats. Your understanding is fucked up. That's not 100. That's not a 45-degree angle. Is not a 180-degree angle.
No.
If I'm oh, sorry. Go ahead.
That's fine. We're talking about the straight lines that combine the angle, right?
Uh-huh.
Now, you can have... do you want to swap the word flat for horizontal, maybe?
No, that's because it's all relative.
No, you can have a 90-degree angle on a horizontal surface, but not all 90-degree angles can, be on horizontal surfaces. They can take any 360-degree orientation, but still be 90 degrees. But the lines of it will still be straight, flat. But we're kind of talking about maybe the orientation, like the elevation of the grade of a slope of 45 degrees. Now, the slope itself isn't flat, but the angle comprising of it is two straight lines.
Right, but that's not. But we're talking about the slope, not the straight lines, Jedi.
Yeah. Yes, the slope isn't.
Okay,
the
so
slope isn't flat.
is the slope flat? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay,
No.
no. Thank you. Yes, that's welcome to the globe, Jedi.
No, not
Holy
welcome
crap,
to the
dude.
globe.
What?
Welcome to all the fucking angles we're measuring.
Yes, no, yeah, no. Then this goes right back to the trig survey.
No. Sorry,
This is a
grade
huge
of a
W.
slope.
I finally figured it
Dude,
out.
Talon, no. A grade of a slope doesn't mean the Earth is a sphere.
Oh, it does though, because then I'm the grade of a
It
slope.
fucking
The grade of the
doesn't,
slope
though.
determines the
Excuse my
shape.
language. I do
The grade of the
apologise.
slope determines the shape, and if the slope isn't 180 degrees, it's not flat.
Brother.
That's the logic.
So I got it, brother. You don't know what flat means. I figured it out.
No, okay, go ahead and define flat. I'd love for you to fucking give me that definition.
There's actually like 16 definitions, but I'll give you the two
give
that
me
matter
one.
the most.
Give me one that helps
I'm going to
you.
give you the two. I'm going to give you the two that matter. Okay. So the one definition is an orientation definition. It refers to the orientation of the object, which means to be laid horizontally. Okay. So when something is flat, it's laid horizontally. That's one definition for that term. So a slope wouldn't be laid horizontally. So if you're referring to it in that manner, it wouldn't be flat. Now the other definition of flat is that all the points on the surface, the extent of the height being much less than the extent of the width, are between two parallel planes. Okay, that's the mechanical definition of flat. Okay, because a 180-degree true surface doesn't exist in reality. Because you have 3 dimensions and you have particles, right? So you can't have a platonic line existing in 3-dimensional space, for goodness sakes.
Why not? What do you mean? Why not?
Because oh my god, dude.
Well, see, I don't want to
Because
like
it
get
only
into.
has.
I mean, that's a
Because
denial.
depending on how you look at it, look, you know what, Talon? I'm not even answering that question.
Okay.
You can get fucked, bro. There you go. You don't understand that platonic ideals don't exist in reality? You're too dumb to be here. Okay? 3-dimensional reality has 3 dimensions in it, in case you didn't know. 0-dimensional objects don't exist, right? Holy crap, dude. All right, Talon, but I'm sympathetic to your cause, Talon. Because, Talon, I have a soft spot for the mentally impaired. So that being said, I'm going to give you another chance.
Just want to make sure we
Did you
all
figure
agree
it
that
out?
a 45-degree angle is not flat. Do we all agree?
Holy crap, dude.
Yes or no? I just want to make sure we're all in agreement here. No, the 45-degree angle is not flat. Because we have to have you guys have no context to whenever you love using the word flat without any context until it's convenient for you. But what we're doing here is we're establishing a standard.
You know, if I take like a bathroom, if I
Because when
take
you
a
say
bathroom
Listen,
if something
there's no
measures
angle.
flat,
There's
it
no
measures
angle called
180
a flat
degrees.
angle. It's called a straight angle.
Right, 180 degrees. That's it. You guys are stuck with either 180 degrees
Sorry,
or
what?
you're on a
Us
globe.
guys are stuck.
You're either
Fuck off.
it's either 180 degrees, it's all or nothing. It's got to be 180 degrees, or it's not a globe, or it's not flat.
Do you remember AI's definition of 2 parallel planes? The ratio between the height and the distance along the length. So, for example, the height of Everest compared to the depth of the Marianas Trench, which let's say is about 20 miles from top of one to the bottom of the other. And then the length of the Earth, thousands of miles we're going to be talking about. So thousands of miles compared to miles in tens of units. We understand the ratio here. The height and the depth compared to the length is much shorter, smaller. It's measured to be flat. You understand what he's talking about, right? You understood the definition?
Barely. I mean, I'm looking at the definition of flat online, and there's actually like there's 5 different contexts. So it depends on the context that you're using. It says a smooth level.
Wow, you're finally getting it.
Also.
So again, but that doesn't help you because 45. Nothing we're talking about is considered flat.
What was the first definition that AI read out? Do you remember?
No. You want to go ahead and hit me with it again?
To lay something flat or to be parallel or something?
Well, again, that's you're adding context.
Well, yeah, exactly. With context, dude.
You added.
So you need to add context as well. We've already pointed out that really, there's only one really flat line, but that's 180 degrees. A 45-degree angle isn't straight and flat and horizontal, but the 2 lines comprising of the 45-degree angle, they're straight lines.
Yeah, that's not a problem.
So where's the curve?
That's how me and Lats figured out. That's
how
I figured out the hole in your logic.
I realise this, but where's the curvature of the Earth?
Yeah, the curvature of the Earth is underneath us. It deviates from the straight line.
But we're measuring everything with angles, dude. The slope, for example.
Right, which we've been able to establish now that angles are not flat, and so we've
but we need to establish where the curvature of the Earth is.
Right, it's when you add up all the angles over the surface in the Great Trig Survey, you get
God,
curve.
have some
So
talk something
welcome
else,
to the globe.
dude. I've forgotten what a complete idiot you are.
We're gonna go back to the Trig Survey now that we know that angles are not flat. Because this is the part that you guys were not understanding about the Trig Survey is that angles are not you thought angles were flat, but they're not.
Yeah, but they're not measuring deviation from those lines.
So like when you actually when I look at all these flat triangles and the angles are not that are between them are not flat. They're actually not, because you can take this info. Go ahead and take the Great Trig Survey and add it up to and see if it adds up to 180 degrees, and you'll have your flat plane. That's all you need. You can use my measurements. I'm giving you my measurements to prove the Earth is flat. But
Hey,
what you have to
three
do
separate
is you have to
lines.
take
Oh,
those
holy crap!
lines
No.
and set them to 180 degrees and see if they match.
All right, stop for a second, dude. For example, you can have interior angles of a triangle equal to 180 degrees. That doesn't mean a triangle is arranged in a straight line. Talon, I'm going to give you a chance. I'm going to open the floor to vote whether you stay or go. All right, who votes he stays? Wow, you couldn't even get one vote, bro. All right, Talon, we're going to let you vote for yourself. All right, hold on. We got to see if you vote for yourself. All right, Talon, do you vote for yourself?
Yeah.
All right, so now how many people vote he goes?
Oh, I vote
You vote what?
that he goes.
Oh, okay.
Are you guys sad? I mean, if I can come back later if you guys are.
But dude, it's only 1-1
You guys are
right
all
now.
being
There's only
mad
one
that he-
vote for, one vote against. Man, this
Welcome
is
to
the
the
worst
club.
election in history.
Yeah, maybe we should just like not try to like gang up on me and just let's have a discussion and continue because like we all have a mutual understanding now that angles are not flat. So that helps a lot understanding the information that I'm providing with the great trig
Dude,
survey.
nobody ever said angles were flat, dude.
No, that's what Latz was saying. He said the Earth measures flat because all the angles are measured
Yeah,
flat.
yeah.
But
The
he was talking about
lines
you were talking about the lines, yeah.
consisting of the angle
Right.
are flat. Yeah.
No, it's good. We made progress, Latz. This is why we have good discussions. Now we understand why you're wrong.
Wait, did you not know that the
angles were
lines
flat.
consisting of the angles are flat?
No, you don't know that the angles are not flat.
The
You were
lines
wrong about
consisting of the
you
angles
thought
are flat. Yes.
You thought the angles are 180 degrees, but they're not.
What? No, he didn't.
You thought the angles added up to 100.
No, what?
You think I don't understand what flat means? I told you that the Great Trig Survey proves that the surface of the Earth doesn't add up to 180 degrees. Therefore, it's not flat.
Man, listen, you guys, the vote's still out.
It adds
We
up
just
to
need another vote.
359 degrees. It adds up to 359.63 degrees radius curvature.
Well, that's what it's calculated for. Yeah, you have to correct for the.
That's what it corrects for.
Yeah.
Right. That's what the correct
yeah. I showed you that.
I
showed you that in the survey.
That's why the correct shape is a curve. That's why everybody believes the correct shape is the curve.
Yeah,
right, but what's the diameter? What's the diameter?
No, you don't have to correct for it. You can correct for whatever the fuck you want.
No, it says it in the in your own paper.
Right. My paper says it's correctly the curvature of the radius of the globe is correct.
No, dude. It says it's correcting for the curvature, bro.
It corrects
it
the
says that.
data. The data is off because of the spherical axis.
It has to correct the raw
data. Right, which are incorrect.
Correct for curvature, yeah.
No. It corrects to curvature.
You
correct it. See, if you correct the flatness, because you can correct to flatness, and it still fucking fails. It still breaks. It doesn't correct.
You realize that you don't have to correct for it if it was correct in the first place.
No, that's incorrect, Latz. You're not being logical there. You got to be logical. Logically speaking, you pick the shape that matches the measurements.
No, you don't just pick an arbitrary shape to correct to.
Oh, yes, you do. You pick the shapes that it actually makes up. Because you're correcting to the shape versus because again, do you think the Earth is a bunch of straight lines? Like again, you're talking. This is where we get into the flatness.
That's what you measured,
you
and
think
then you're
the
correcting for the curvature after.
You think
it's
no.
flat, like with your Great Trig Survey.
No, the flat lines are additional imaginary additions because you just measure from point to point.
Yes, and then you correct.
Right,
for the curvature.
The surface
because
underneath the line.
Too.
So, like, just because the line from point to point is straight doesn't mean the surface underneath it is straight.
Yeah, correct. So, did they measure deviation from horizontal to see if it was increasing?
Right.
The parabolic approximation of 8 inches per mile squared.
Right. That's why you do it in intervals over hundreds of miles.
Okay, they didn't do that.
Yes, they did. They did the
right?
whole
They
in
did not.
thousands of miles.
Oh my goodness gracious! They did not
That's what the map
measure.
of that's what the map of India is literally measured direct measurements of the surface of the Earth.
Dude, they had to correct for it. It says it
Right,
in the
because you have
survey
to.
that
So
you
when you
send
use
every single. I show you where it says that.
Okay, here we go. Okay, here we go again. This is where I want we're just slightly off track. Like you're almost there, Lats. Why would they have to? You think they have to correct
Bro,
because they want a specific shape at the end, but what they are is they're correcting for the straight
yes,
lines they added to the measurements. They added straight lines to the surface which don't have straight lines, so they're
they
correcting
didn't. They
for
didn't
that.
do that. They just
See, what do you
measure
think they're correcting
and
for,
then they
Lats? Go ahead
add
and tell me.
curvature. They're
No,
correcting
correct.
to the
What are
geoid
they?
that you presume it is.
What are they correcting for?
They're correcting. They're adding curvature
No,
to the
no, they're not.
measurements. Yes,
No,
yes, they
no,
are.
they're taking
Bro, it
away.
says
No,
that
there's
in
some.
the freaking paper,
No,
dude.
lats. Okay, when you take like a basketball and you put two pencils together, like there's a little gap between under the pencils when they connect. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Talking about spherical excess. Okay.
Yeah.
We added that to the measurement knowingly.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
That's what I was saying this
Great.
whole
So
time. I
then, so
know.
when you want to correct it, you want to take that gap away. Do you add or subtract?
No, you didn't measure that gap initially.
I'm
That's
asking
the
you.
part
Let me ask
that's
you one more time.
calculated
When you
in.
add a gap and you don't want the gap,
No,
do you
you
add or
don't.
subtract the gap?
Bro,
Yes or is it add or subtract? There's two answers.
no, the gap is added.
No, yeah, during the measurement, but then to correct
Yes,
for
I
it.
know. That's
Okay,
where.
but
That's
so
when
what are we
it's
correcting
corrected.
for?
Yes, I
What are we
know.
correcting for?
You're adding curvature into your measurements
Well, why? No. We didn't
because
add
you
it.
think it's a ball. Yes, you think
No.
it's a
We didn't
ball.
add it. We matched it. We matched the curve to
Yeah,
what
to the reference
our.
geoid. Yeah, I know.
So when we did the correction and we took away the gap, what shape does it show?
Well, you wouldn't have to correct in the first place. Why don't you just take the
Well, yeah,
raw
you do. We
measurement?
added a gap. We added gaps over the
Yeah,
top of
I
the.
know you added a gap, bro. I know.
Okay, so you
I
got to
know.
correct for that. You have to correct for the gap, not the curve.
Well, dude, yeah, you're adding it in.
Yes, that's right. Because we want the
Yeah, I
flat gap. We
know.
want the gap to measure the angle, but then we want to get rid of the gap to measure the surface. We're there. We made it, Lats. This is the globe
Holy
part.
crap, dude.
This is the part where we're
Oh
explaining
my
how the
god.
globe is measured. You've
Is the
made it,
poll still
Lats.
open?
You're done. You've gone farther than any flat earther has gone before. This is a huge
What?
leap for
Sorry,
globe
Talon.
deniers.
So we don't have to run all the way through this. What tools did they use when they did the survey?
The great theodolites.
The great theodolites. Fucking hell,
Yep.
dude. Are these in a museum somewhere or in some kind of...
Yes. Yeah, they're probably
what
wherever
are these
they
great
did in
theodolites,
Britain.
dude?
The great theodolites.
Yeah.
We
Because
we
we're
already
going
went
back
over
in a
this
little
with.
bit of history. Am I going to be able to buy one of these on eBay?
No, these were
Okay.
custom built
Okay, when?
in the 1860s.
Okay, cool. So they're just theodolites, right?
Yeah, by George Everest. Does that name sound familiar?
Yeah, mountain guy. Gotcha. Great
Yeah, the
explorer
mountain
and
guy.
all that.
Yeah, he's the one who discovered the curvature.
Oh, yeah, okay. What with his theodolite?
With the great theodolite.
With the great theodolite. Something that we would measure today also with theodolites, right?
No, we don't
No,
do the
we wouldn't
measurements
measure this with today's theodolites. Only the great theodolite.
Today we use radio telescopes.
Okay, but a theodolite, though, I would measure the curvature of a theodolite, right?
You would measure the angle measurements.
Okay.
Oh my.
You're measuring the angles over. You would measure the angle over the surface.
Why are you doing this to yourself? I wonder.
No, I'm just asking you why you're. Well, no, why am I doing this to myself? I'm doing it with you guys. I'm not alone.
All right, fuck off.
I'm doing it with you guys too.
What do you mean? We're doing this together.
Measure
hand
the
in hand.
angle over the surface.
I like doing it with you guys.
You guys are. I mean, you guys are friendly and nice. It's nice having discussions about this stuff. I like talking
It's
science.
of course, it's fun.
And geography. So I don't understand why Dags keeps saying the question is malformed. It's a very simple question. With the concept of a 45-degree angle, is it flat? We all agreed that it's flat. Like it's not even a malformed question because everybody's answering it without any dispute. Like no one's having a problem with the answer, Dagas. It's okay, man. You don't have to attack me for every little thing I do. Like you
It's
can,
just
it's
that
okay to answer one of them.
you keep leaning on this thing that's over 200 years old, and when we start talking about repeating it, you start like not addressing it. So we can do this today then.
Luckily, I had tonight off, so that's why I'm hanging out with you guys.
No, so we can do this today then,
Holy
right?
crap!
With
Lucky
the
us.
great Theodolites.
Yeah, we can talk about the great theodolites again.
No, not the great theodolite today, with theodolites and other measuring devices. We will measure that curvature more accurately now, right?
We use radio telescopes today. Theodolites would take
No,
a
I'm
long
not
time.
talking about fucking radio telescopes, dude. Why the fuck?
That's what we do today. We don't do
Yeah, I
theodolites
do,
today.
do you understand the comparison I'm trying to draw? And it's worrying me that you're running away from the obvious comparison I'm trying to draw.
Well, I mean, they're both theodolites. It's fine. You can do it with a modern one. It's just not fun.
It's just not fun.
No, because it takes a long time. You have to do, because I don't even think modern theodolites do like 50-mile.
What's that word I was looking for? Oh, it's 2. Fuck off. Seriously, we're gonna talk to Talon, right? It's gonna spin up.
Yeah.
It's gonna spin our wheels with this. Do you want to talk to him? You can unmute him.
Oh, we just need a second vote.
No, I voted no. Awesome.
Oh, 2 votes. 2 votes to 1. You're out, Talon.
I was gonna say, you should probably go talk to Jesse Path of Light, because he said that he can measure curvature with his modern day theodolites. Is he still on the Pickle Mine server right now? So he could probably go hop in there, see what he says.
Yeah, the two of them need to resolve that issue before they present anything more to us. The two of them need to come to a single-minded view of that.
Yeah, 'cause it's very contradictory. I agree.
Oh, by the way, Lat, so something can be oriented 45 degrees sideways. It doesn't have to be vertical.
Oh yeah, that's also true. Yeah. I think you take like a bathroom tile and rotate it laterally, or you can tilt it away from you and towards you. Still flat.
Boggles my mind how people blow this idea that something can't be flat unless it's perfect. It's like, whatever.
Yeah, I ask them this all the time, dude. If I make little nooks, little crannies in my freaking cutting board, is it still flat?
Can I sue my TV maker for selling me a flat screen TV? But sue them because when I zoom in, that surface of the screen isn't actually flat, microscopic level. Surely that's breaching some kind of trade description or something, right? It's not actually flat when I zoom in.
And then by that same metric, the Earth can't be a sphere because it's not a perfect sphere.
Oh, yeah.
You just gotta put the word oid at the end. It's flatoid.
Yeah, we're flatoids. Even the most spherical shape that mankind has ever created, if you were to expand it to diameter of the Earth, it would still have 14 meters, would be the difference between the peaks and the valleys.
That's interesting.
Boy, the cult of Pythagoras is going to be disappointed.
Oh, did you ever see the Disney when they're talking about Pythagorean cult?
Yes, I saw it about 3 days ago. It popped up on my feed. I was just about to say, it's got Bugs Bunny in it, talking about like the 5-pointed star and then the cult of Pythagoras and all that type of shit. Yeah, that was interesting.
Yeah, what the hell are you watching on your feed? What the heck?
I'll see if I can find it for you, actually. It's really interesting. I was going to post it the other day, but you guys are always quiet.
Is that your YouTube feed? Are you on like Instagram or something?
My YouTube feed too.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure which platform you're talking about. I don't know. I feel like, dang, I didn't know you were on TikTok.
Moved over. Not on TikTok. Moved over to Rumble.
I see. I see.
DJ.
Hey, what's up?
Dr. John D. of recent fame, not the Royal Society accolade. Do you
Yeah.
remember? So I think you mentioned that he said or mentioned or had in one of his presentations that he, of all the ones he's done, he's never witnessed a laser curving down.
Yep.
Is that actually
Mm-hmm.
from one of his videos?
It is. Yep.
Do you have a clip from it?
Yeah, I can line that up. I'll just check my screenshots because a lot of his materials, there's no audio. It's just like
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
so I'll just check. I took a stack of screenshots. I'll see if it's in one of them.
I gotta look through some of mine for some quotes. And there was a can't remember if it was Gaza68. I always get these guys confused because their names are so similar. But it's somebody with, or Daxa or something like that, who was questioning somebody about single medium refraction or something along these lines. They were saying, this is clearly an effect that's going on here. What's causing it? And the reply was, I don't know, but it's not refraction.
Oh,
Then he said, so you're saying light cannot be redirected in the medium? To which the reply was no. I gotta find those clips.
Yeah, definitely need to.
Because I've got a nice ensemble of, play, clip, overlay, play, clip, overlay, play, clip, overlay. And it doesn't even need any explanation. You just let the clips speak for themselves. And maybe a little bit of visuals like, skunk bait time lapse and, other types of things where it's clear that the visual locations of things are not necessarily the geometric locations of things, and those things alter throughout the day or throughout the season. And since we know the geometric locations aren't changing, and the only thing that's changing in your field of view that could possibly be happening is optical conditions.
Right, exactly. I mean, I've shown the black swan versus what they call the white swan, and I got the same response. I don't know what it is, but it's not refraction.
Well, let's all agree it's definitely in the optical category, correct? It's not in the geometric category, right?
Yeah.
Because in the idea of these oil rigs, they're fixed to the ocean floor, right?
Hmm.
Or at least some of them might be floating on some kind of ambulatory pylon, so they're not exactly in the same position all the time, but they're within tens of feet of their same position all the time. So in other words, the dramatic effect is being caused by one category of effect only, and that's optical category, not the geometric category.
Yep.
So in order for that to be happening, that means the light that's being resolved by the final optic, right, before it's rendered in the final image, has to be different from the previous instance, right?
Would have to be.
If the object appears bigger, it's being enlarged, right? And that means that the path of the light is being expanded. If it's smaller, that means the path of the light is being shrunk. If it's displaced to the left, then that means the path of the light is angling in the opposite. And then if it's displaced to the right, that means the path of the light is being angled into the opposite. So the light is being redirected, right? And if that's the case, and it seems to be the case, and it can't be otherwise, because the geometry itself isn't changing. I mean, unless you believe in some weird simulation magic. So let's just assume the geometry isn't changing, because that's the most rational, sane position to take. And if you claim that the quote unquote atmo, because you're too afraid to say atmosphere, whatever the hell, why, who knows. Let's say you say atmo is only one medium. Well, then you're conceding that light is being redirected in one medium. And so you could call it refraction, or you could call it not refraction, because you say refraction is governed by Snell's law alone. And so every instance of refraction is an application of Snell's law. Let's say that's true. So if you take the word refraction off the table, you still end up with light being redirected in the ambient atmosphere. So you could say, I don't know what that is, but it's not refraction till you're blue in the face, but you haven't addressed the fact that the light is being redirected. And so you haven't gained anything by pointing out it's not refraction. I could agree that it's not being governed by Snell's law. Sure. Then it must be something else. And to say I don't know, but it's not refraction doesn't change the fact that we have the observations. So yes, maybe technically it's not being governed by Snell's law. Perhaps maybe it's being governed by something else. That's fine.
Well, I just put a link. I mean, you can use Snell's law in different ways as well. I don't think you can specifically apply it to a real life situation because the atmo is constantly changing. But there is the differential Snell's law equation, which adjusts the Snell's law equation so it can be used in a single medium gradient. And there's a physics website with it right there in the side chat, a link. So
hey, if you're at a computer, look up Fresnel drag, Fresnel drag.
Yep, definitely.
You might already know what it is.
Mm-hmm. I can't remember exactly, but I've heard it.
Loosely, it's light going through a moving medium is redirected in the direction of the medium. Hold on, hold on, brother. Hold on. My tongue's being naughty. Okay, let me think now. How does the tongue work? Okay, so light passing through a moving medium is redirected in the direction of the medium.
So like a air current or water current moving in a direction.
Yeah, so if you had like a fast rising heat flux, so it's going up, the light going into it would be redirected upward.
Okay.
And so in that instance, and I'm not 100% sure how it all plays out, but in that instance, it at least seems on its face. I'd have to look at it a little further. That's not necessarily being governed by Snell's law, but it's being redirected. So that would be an instance of redirected light that's not refraction, therefore not governed by Snell's law, but certainly redirected. So Snell's
Yeah.
law is a case-specific instance, and if you say Snell's law is refraction only, so any instance of refraction is governed by Snell's law, then that means anything which is not applicable to Snell's law isn't refraction. It's just something else, like you could just call it redirection for all if you want to. You still have something else going on. It's not like if it's not governed by Snell's law, it doesn't exist. There's no redirection of light unless it's governed by Snell's law. That wouldn't be true. And if it was, then that if it's the case that all redirection of light is refraction, and Snell's law applies to all refraction, which is all redirection of light, that means anytime you see light being redirected, it's refraction, period. So you end up screwing yourself when you go into that definitional loop.
Oh yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous to
Right, so
you know.
the most appropriate answer would be, I don't know, but it's not refraction. Now, my friends, I made a whole song about this. Okay, if you'd love to listen to it, I'd love to share it.
Yeah, definitely.
Hold on, let me find it here. Where are we at here? Okay. Do. And look at it. Listen, friends, it's okay not to know. If you don't know, I don't know is a great answer, by the way. Nothing wrong with that. All right, so I clicked this, and I go Files. I go to my audio gallery. What the hell is all this? Let's see. Bucktooth Cheater, Newton, Istraflurne. What the hell is Istraflurne? The World Tree? Holy crap. Okay, here it is. I'm going to post this. If you don't mind playing it on the bot, it should work. Maybe it won't work. I forget how we're supposed to play things here. Plays a track, support search, or plays a song. It says you have to be in the channel called Who Needs Enemies. What the heck? Maybe I have to make it a YouTube video. Maybe, you know what? Maybe I already have it as a YouTube video. Hold on. Oh, by the way, DJ, that was a brutal exchange. Once I find that clip and let you listen to it, you're going to be amazed.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, really looking
All right,
forward to
more
hearing it.
videos. Space
I can
Baristas, Letting It Go, TFE, something to nothing, something
we can see if the audio quality. I know voice works really good through my virtual mic. We'll see if the song works. I'll play it for a few seconds. Mute me if it's no good. Wait, could you hear it?
Heck no.
Oh shit! All right, give me a second.
I'm gonna upload it to YouTube right now as well. So I have a YouTube link for it. So such a good song, man.